Good morning. We will now call this work session for July 26, 2022 to order, and I will start by reading our Who Are We statement. We are the Polk County Leadership Governance Team. If we were to pick one phrase to define us, it would be student-centered, because when we come together to work, we lean on our diverse backgrounds and experiences to ensure that our decisions are focused on providing a high-quality education for all students. The four most important things to our governance team are operating with integrity, respecting our students, staff, families, and each other, establishing a culture where our stakeholders feel valued, supported, and have opportunities for personal and professional growth, and supporting an approach of continuous improvement to ensure student outcomes. Collectively, we need to work on behalf of the children we serve and find avenues of agreement so that we can govern the district in an effective manner. There is no acceptable alternative. We will always collaborate in a respectful manner in order to enhance opportunities for each student and staff member. We will not disparage others. Our students will thrive because we will remain committed to supporting the whole child. We hope to engage and empower our students and stakeholders to create a community of lifelong learners. And with that, I will turn it over to Superintendent Hyde.
Madam Chair, members of the board, members of the staff, community, thank you for being here today. Today's workshop, as you know, is very full. We have a lot of great informational items. Some are just simply follow-ups, so we will cover as many items as needed and bring back anything subsequently that the board asks for follow-up on. We'll begin this morning with the Junior League of Greater Lakeland. I'm pleased to bring up to the podium Ms. Kate Wallace, who will be talking to us about Junior League and their interest in connecting with Polk County Public Schools, or continued connection to Polk County Public Schools.
Good afternoon, board, superintendent, staff. Thank you so much for having us. I also have my fellow member, Mrs. Barb Cadiz, who is our president-elect for the 2022-23 league year. So we have a slide presentation to complement what we're talking about today, but overall, we know most of you are familiar with the Junior League or what the junior leagues in their communities generally do, but we thought that it would be a good opportunity to go over who we are and the nature of our partnership with Polk County Public Schools, and then to receive some of your feedback about how we can continue to strengthen and improve upon our relationship, because we love being in the schools. We certainly want to promote literacy, but we don't want to stop there, and we know that there are always more ways that we can innovate and improve and also just better support the teachers and parents and our children. So we do have a slide presentation. Is that handy? Oh, I do it. Okay, great. So what we're going to talk about today, like I said, is just who we are, our partnership, and then we also want to receive your feedback. So about us, this is our mission, is the Junior League of Greater Lakeland. We're an organization of women committed to promoting volunteerism, developing the potential of women, and improving the community through effective action and the leadership of trained volunteers. So we are mostly about service to our community, especially to vulnerable women and children who are underserved. But we also view our organization as a way to really train up women to help them reach their full potential. And, I grew up playing sports, and they always say that women who play sports are more likely to be in leadership. Well, that's true of women who join junior leagues. You're more likely to see them in elected offices, leading initiatives, whether in a volunteer capacity or in a corporate capacity. And we're really proud of the way we develop our members and how our members go out to give back to the community. There are 500 of us who have dues-paying relationships, and those are three ways. We have our provisional new members, who it's kind of like when you join a Greek organization, like we have a new recruits class. Of course, there's no hazing of any kind, but they do go through a special year where they learn about our organization, they learn about all the nonprofits we have partnerships with, and then they kind of develop those bonds in their new member class. Then they transition to active, that's the bulk of our membership. And then for our alumni, we have something called sustainers, where they pay reduced dues, but they still stay affiliated with our organization. They meet up regularly. They provide counsel to the board. And then they also are still great philanthropic partners to all the work that we do. And we're one league of nearly 300 around the world in 4 countries. And there are 125,000 members. So we're really proud to be part of an international service organization. So while our National Junior League was initially founded in 1901 in New York City, our chapter was founded here in Lakeland as long ago as 1930. and we look forward to celebrating our 90th anniversary this next year. And this is just something that we wanted to go over. So our league, it's grown and evolved with the times, just like every other organization that's been around, but we're really proud of many of the relics of organizations that are still here today whose roots were tied to our league. So just an example is we founded the Child Development Center, which we now know as Achievement Academy, which for the uninitiated don't know what that is. It's now a charter school that serves early age children who have disabilities of varying degrees to help those students be more successful as they transition into the traditional setting. We also helped found the Roots organization behind Central Florida Speech and Hearing. We also helped found the Youth Museum of Imperial Polk County, which we now know as the Polk Museum of Art. And I think probably our biggest relationship to date is we also helped found Explorations 5 Children Museum. I have fond memories of going to, I think my favorite part was being a pretend cashier as a kid, but now is getting ready to open up as the Florida Children's Museum at Bonnet Springs Park. And we continue to endow that organization as it transitioned to become what we'll now know as Florida Children's Museum. And we hope all of our families will be able to take advantage of that as soon as it's open to the public this fall. We also were part of the construction and funding and volunteers behind what we now know as the Lake Mirror Promenade in downtown Lakeland. And several years ago, when there was a major renovation to the front entrance of the Polk Theater, the Junior League was critical to that. And we also helped found the Learning Resource Center, which I know is alive and well and has a great relationship with Polk County Public Schools as a provider and continues to serve students of all walks of life, whether they're English language learning or just need additional support and they're not able to afford it on their own. We're really proud of that. And then the last thing is I think most people in the public know us for this and nothing else, and that's the Lakeland Christmas Parade. So our members back in the 1970s saw that our community did not have a Christmas parade, and they organized to make that possible. And here we are over 45 years later. We provide the volunteers that staff the parade and all of the staging, and our provisional new members are usually in charge of that. And then we also help with the application processing, and we're so proud of that partnership, but we love to bring joy to the faces of children all over our community. We've distributed books to children at the parade, not every year, but it's something we've done and we might look into in the future, but just wanted to share about that. And I like to say, I was joking earlier that here I showed up in my bright color lily dress, which a lot of people probably associate with the Junior League, but I would like to say we are not your grandmother's Junior League. We have grown involved with the times. Most of our members work outside the home and have full-time careers. And if there's a testament to that, that's why there's not a lot of us here right now, because most folks are in their full-time jobs. But this was a picture we recently took as part of the United Way Women's Campaign, and in front of our beautiful league building that's formerly known as the Cirrhosis Building overlooking Lake Mirror. By the way, that is an event center, and you can host a corporate event or a wedding, and we rent that out for very low cost relative to other venues in the area. It's a beautiful historic building, a great way to have a lakefront event if you just wanted to share that. And we use the proceeds to fund our charitable work. So what are the details of our partnerships? We really focus on literacy. Leagues around the state they can focus on health and wellness. They can focus, there's human trafficking. There's a lot of issues of homelessness, various issues. But our league, we really choose to focus on early literacy. And so the three things that are directly with Polk County Public Schools are first, the Tenor Rock High School clothing closet. So my understanding is prior to 2019, there were students as well as teachers who were aware of the needs at Tenor Rock High School where students would show up not having clothes or toiletries or basic essentials for various reasons, but all we knew is they had that need. And they started a clothing closet. And thankfully, we heard about that, and we had an opportunity to provide additional supports and really stock up the supplies and kind of gussy it up, if you will. So we issued a grant, and then we purchased hundreds of shoes, clothing, socks, toiletries. You'll see some footage of that on the video in just a second. And they were able to set it up. Principal Looney has been an amazing host and partner, and we continue to support that by when they restock it. And we'll talk a little bit about some of the challenges, but overall, I know many students have been able to take advantage in their own privacy. It's open before and after school, and it's got a dedicated location on campus. And so we think that that's a really great support to those students. We've also raised money throughout the year to make donations to Tassel. Backpacks, supplies, again, socks, underwear, toiletries, maybe focused to children of all ages. We have allowed them to kind of advise us what they're low on. And one cool story they told us is when we were wrapping up our league year earlier this spring, we were gathering all of our remaining supplies that we had purchased or had donated and called up Tassel and said, hey, we know it's the end of the school year, but do you mind if we go ahead and donate this stuff, or do you want us to wait? And they're like, oh, thank goodness you called, because we just ran out of X, Y, and Z, and you guys have exactly what we're looking for. And so we felt really grateful that the timing was right. I don't want to take the blame for that, but I'm just glad that the timing was there and we were able to provide support, because a lot of, as you guys know, a lot of drives take place either at the beginning of school or over the holidays, and then in the spring they can be low on supplies, but those needs are still there. And then reading is fundamental, our book distributions, that's when we purchase a bunch of exciting, aligned book titles that appeal to grades K through 5, and then we go to a list of Title I schools in Lakeland and show up, and we lay them all out according to grade level. And every student in this school receives a brand new book of their choosing for free. So I kind of call it like a free book fair, where they can come in and pick one book of their own. That we also give them a snack, because, hey, I remember, that was actually my idea to add the snack part, because I remember as a kid, like, there's nothing more exciting than getting a snack when you're at school, right? So to have that opportunity to pick out a book and then get a yummy snack, the smiles on their faces. And also, some teachers have said that the wonder on a kid's face when they learn it's their own book that they get to take home is just magical. And we also know that a good correlative fact is if you have access to books at home, you're more likely to be able to read. And so that's what we're there to do. But now I just wanted to show you a quick video presentation. We are fundraising year-round and telling our message. And before we play this, I just want to share that the communications department with Mr. Geary, as well as Jeanette Crowley, and then also Superintendent Hyde himself, availing himself to be one of the voices in this video. This is something we've used to tell our story, to share with our donors, to raise funds, but also we just wanted y'all to see some of the work in action. So I'm going to... I don't know, oh, here we go. This will open a YouTube video, so hopefully you should be able to see and hear it just fine. It's 2 minutes, so.
I have the privilege of serving as the president of the Junior League of Greater Lakeland, and we serve two main goals: to build women leaders and to serve unique needs in our community. The league has a really beautiful history of prioritizing women and children right here in Polk County. We have a legacy of building the home libraries of our children, but also pivoting to help them with toiletry needs, backpack needs, home goods. If there is a need in our community, the league finds a way to meet it.
Some of the challenges that I see on a daily basis are just coming out of my car and seeing the kids, like on a cold morning. There's kids with no jackets or kids in shorts, and because they don't have any appropriate winter clothes for Florida, and it's just, sorry. So yeah, there is definitely a big need for that. And I see it every day in the classroom, and I try to help, as much as I can. And with organizations like the Junior League, it's just really helpful, and we appreciate everything that they do to help our kids.
They may not have something simple as what we might have, a clean pair of shoes. No fault of anybody's at all. These are just simple living conditions. And I tell the staff, the parents send us the best they can. And if they had better, they'd send us better. But the students that come to us every single day are students that deserve a sound academic foundation.
We're all looking for a way to give back. We're all looking for a way to honor how well we've done and to basically use some of our own personal resources to benefit others. And so at this time of year, I would encourage anyone to consider making donations that could have a considerable impact on others.
Okay, it's transitioning back here. Oh, I'm sorry. It's always fun. Okay, great. So there was a slightly longer video, but in the interest of time, we had the abbreviated version. But we received a lot of great feedback when we were just able. We are so fortunate to have so many people who give to us financially or with their time, and so it was wonderful to have the opportunity to really show some examples of what we do, and also to have the credibility of someone like Superintendent Hyde to affirm that. So we just, again, appreciate, I can't reiterate enough how helpful and collaborative the communications department was in giving us some footage so we wouldn't have to disturb anybody while we're telling our story. So thank you. So now what we wanted to talk about with you guys is we've seen some progress and some ways that we're helping, but we have a sense that it can go further and better. And so just wanted to share some ideas we had, and then if you have any feedback on the fly or would like to follow up with us after, we'd love to hear back from you. So with regard to follow-up efforts, I think that what that's about is what are the ways we can ensure that once a child takes home that book, how does that lead to more reading? How does that lead to, we know it's a fun time, but there have been some teachers who've candidly shared with us, like, hey, it's a fun day and the kids are excited and they get that kind of high from picking out something, but then we don't really see a lot of evidence every time that they're actually reading the book or that it's leading to interest in the next book. So we certainly want to think about, well, what are ways when we think about promoting this or messaging to parents? We have some members who are administrators or teachers in some of the schools that we're partners with, and they would love the opportunity, for example, to slip a flyer into children's backpacks. But there's a lot of policies and procedures around what organizations could do that. So we don't want to be treated special. We don't want to violate any policies or procedures. We know they're important. But if we fit the criteria for being an organization that could collaborate with our partner schools, which I wanted to make sure I mentioned those by name. Those are Crystal Lake, Oscar J. Pope, Wendell Watson, Cumbie, or excuse me, I shouldn't have said Cumbie. That's a different name now. And I'm Thank you. Griffin Elementary, Medolla, and Philip O'Brien. So just wanted to make sure that y'all knew so you could picture what schools we're working with. But we want to have an opportunity, if possible, to share with parents that this event is coming, or to be able, I know that schools already have to and already make an effort to communicate encouraging reading at home. But if it's coming from a third party that also happens to be handing out books, would that be received differently? We don't know, but we just wanted to just put that on your radar as an idea we had. The other thing is we're aware of the fact that there are parent nights that the Title I schools are obligated to offer, and they have funds to offer. So we have a lot of working women, and it's difficult to provide daytime volunteers, which are when these book distributions happen. But we could certainly be interested in being a partner to these parent nights, whether it's helping bolster the dinner offerings to the families, or what about the teachers? I don't know if those resources are allowed to support them when they're there, or if it's just having additional people to help read with and to children at these at these events. That's something we're interested in doing. And we also just want to know, hey, we're giving supplies, we're handing out books, but if there's something else that we could be doing with our funds that seems more pressing, then we'd love to hear your thoughts. So I'll stop there, and then if you have any questions, and Barb is an expert on our finances and organizational operations, that's why she's here, but we'd love to take your questions or receive your feedback.
Ms. Fortney.
Hey, Kate.
Hi.
Actually, it's funny because this morning I was watching the news, and Pinellas County had a big spotlight. It was on some program. I don't even know what channel it was on, but it caught my ear because I knew y'all were coming today.
Great.
And they had partnered with some health care facility out there. I believe it was in Pinellas County. On their back to school, their supply bash, they partnered with, I don't know, don't ask me, that's your job. But it looked like it was a well-oiled machine to go ahead and take care of a whole bunch of stuff at one stop. And, you're talking about continuing the reading, and I don't know what policies we have that prevent all that, but I'm sure Mr. Hyde will figure that out. But I know we need tutors. And not just mentors, but tutors. I don't know how I'd be glad to, especially in the middle grades. Seems to be where we're losing our kids. Maybe it's because I was eighth grade teacher, I don't know, but, you know, it's just couple thoughts. I can talk to you about it later, but.
Sure. All I would say, and I know this is hard, but it's just that most of us who can volunteer can only do so after business hours. So the more evening opportunities or weekend opportunities for folks
Well,
to
you know,
come.
like science night or,
Right.
yeah, there you go.
So just being able, and I know I used to be a junior league member in Jacksonville, and they would have Saturday school at some of the highest needs schools, and that was one of my fondest memories volunteering, is I could come and they knew I had a college degree and that I, was an IB student, and I'm like, so I'm comfortable teaching fractions, and they were like, great, and they just let me go, and I remember teaching kids about fractions using pepperoni pizza, and we were all pretty hungry after the lesson, right? But I feel like those are ways that, again, I know there's policies, safety procedures, I understand, but any way you can clear that runway for us would be helpful.
Right.
Ms. Miller and then Ms. Fortney.
I'm assuming you already connected with our community liaisons.
Yes.
Because I think that would be a good resource. We're trying to find, and I don't know that we've perfected it yet, the one place to send everybody to help so they can help coordinate volunteering or the needs of the schools. The schools you mentioned are in a couple of different districts, but I think the community liaisons would be excellent to introduce to at least your programs so they know how to help promote and support what you're already doing.
Great, wonderful.
Ms. Fortney? I'm sorry, Ms. Fields, I apologize.
You, Ms. Portney, am I not you? Okay. Well, first of all, I want to commend you all for doing such a great job in the community and being so progressive in your projects, because I remember when, and now there's more outreach in the community and actually touching our pockets of the community. So great job on that. My question would be to Superintendent Hyde. What is our policy as it relates to being able to distribute flyers, not just for the junior league, but just for nonprofit organizations? Because I think from what I hear, it basically depends on the school, and that you can leave flyers in the office area, but you can't distribute it where it goes home in a book bag or something like that.
It is largely dependent on the organization and what's behind the organization. Political groups, religious groups are a little bit more restricted than community volunteer groups, and so yes, we typically make sure that all of that information is provided in the front office. However, many of you are touching on things that you will hear now in August when outside of the academic goals, which has been our traditional strategic plan, there are new initiatives that will come forward that quite honestly may actually provide more flexibility for junior league members, because it would create flexibility for them to participate during the school day without actually having to leave their offices or their current place of employment. As it relates to this, the district will actually be adding a community resource page to our website, and so that we can start linking all of these services by theme and topics for parents to be able to tap into and staff to be able to tap into. To Ms. Miller's earlier comment, there is alignment now between our volunteer programs and our community liaisons, and there are very clearly delineated roles, but with an understanding that when the opportunity presents itself, while it may not be related to what they do each day, they then have the obligation to connect that individual to someone else in our organization so that that opportunity is not missed. So for us to be able to share information, again, we can do it through a virtual backpack, and we can do it through the front office, but that is our process that we will be unveiling here in August and September.
Great, because I know that the junior league do a whole lot more than what's here. Because I know Girls Inc. benefits from some of the services that they have. So I just want to make sure that the parents know what's available and the schools so
Yes,
that they can tap into those resources. So
Well, and I
whatever-
think it's important for us to tap into them, especially for our young ladies, and develop entrepreneurial clubs and other activities after school that would encourage them, but not just clubs that just talk about entrepreneurship, but they actually allow and afford those students a real hands-on opportunity to do so, where those students could actually become or develop their own business idea, develop a business plan together, and then launch it. So I'd like to see us go a little bit further than what typically happens, but I'd be happy to engage them as we start. Again, I've tried to be respectful and hold all this until the board sees the final strategic plan initiatives, but this is definitely aligned to engaging our community, but also to student outcomes and the whole child, because that's exactly what we need. We need effective problem solvers, big thinkers, and people who can lead, and that fits well within 3, if not more, 4 of our overall arching goal areas. Thank you. Dr. Allen.
Wallace, thanks. A lot of the schools that you're serving would be right in District 1, so really appreciate that. Just piggybacking off of Ms. Fortney's comment around tutors, I mean, obviously this is a workshop agenda item that we're going to be looking at here momentarily as well in that K through 3 side. And then, you know, I love the idea of the snack. You know, even Miss Wyatt walked by and gave us a little snack before the meeting today and just felt really good. One thing I would love to see for the Christmas parade, you know, how Sheriff Grady sits at the back of the float and waves. We need to have a float with Superintendent Hyde at the back of the float. So if we can convince some builders, you know, around that initiative, and we could put Superintendent Hyde there, waving along the parade route would be awesome. I would be on the float as well, and I'm sure I can convince everybody else to be on the float as well. Right, West Bridges?
We could,
And
we
so-
could make some arrangements.
yes. Love the history on the Florida Children's Museum, and, you know, some visioneering around that as that begins to open and flourish. How we can assimilate some of our students into that experience would be awesome. The other thing that stuck out to me in your presentation as well, you made the comment about women in sport find themselves in leadership later on, right? That's something that we're voting on tonight, about adding some extra sport opportunities, because we've seen a decline in females participating in sport. So maybe some initiatives around that would target middle school females to pursue more sport opportunities in the high school side. But yeah, appreciate the presentation.
That's an amazing point, because, you know, again, we focus on literacy, and there's so many areas, right? And we only have so much bandwidth and so much time and so many resources. But that definitely, we know that sports or other extracurriculars, not just athletics, motivate students, keep students on target. My older brother is a high school boys basketball coach at Bartow Middle, you know, so I have firsthand knowledge of that too. But yeah, thank you for that opportunity, because that could be something where we collaborate. Do you have any comments?
Yes, I do. So a funny thing that came away from a stakeholder meeting that we had this year was actually that we get the kids more involved in activities. And we have one that we actually call a kids clinic, but that is geared towards tennis. So with that stakeholder meeting, we found that we should be moving out of tennis, because it's really not the demographic that needs it. And then move into other maybe aligned sports for boys and girls. So at this time, we're kind of reviewing and looking at possibly basketball or soccer to bring in, you know, different demographics.
Awesome.
Thank you, Dr. Allen.
Thank you. And I will say, I very much appreciate your involvement in Tassel, and I continue to encourage everyone to visit that location and to see, really, you walk the halls and it's packed floor to ceiling with charitable donations. That it is seasonal, as you know, and this is a high demand time for us to provide families with back to school clothing and items that they ordinarily may not be able to afford. But Tassel jumps in to assist families in a time of crisis as well. So if a family loses their home due to flooding or fire or something like of that nature, they're able to jump in and assist them. And it's an absolutely incredible program. And I was very, I mean, obviously the holidays are a great time to participate, because there's a sense of well-being, and just, it renews your faith in humanity, knowing that we do all that we do. But everybody there is gift wrapping and making sure that every child has a toy to open, and they separate by age and by gender, and it's just an amazing program, and one that I continue to advocate for. And board members, I just want to say thank you to Junior League. As you've seen over the last few meetings, I've been inviting more and more partners to the table. I don't think we do enough outside of just, and I don't mean to diminish what we do when we do public recognition, because that's a very important thing that we do. But I want to bring more attention to the specificity in which they're supporting our students in our schools, because they deserve that. So whether it's United Way or Junior League or Scouting or whoever it is we bring, and you will see more of this, because this is what will be linked to our community page, because it's incredibly important from my perspective that a sense of community is established when we can show the relationships that we have built, this web of support that we have for our students. whether it's, Girls Inc., whether it's a variety of programs that help support our families and nurture our children. We have hundreds of those partnerships that need to be highlighted. And so I'm making an effort, as you know, and that's under one of our strategic goal areas. That's why this is being done with such intentionality. So please bear with me as we bring more and more organizations to share about their experiences. And I'm very appreciative of Junior League, and did not know that during their presentation they were asked for your feedback. So I would ask you to take them seriously. And if you think of something after the fact, please email them. I appreciate that level of commitment to really want to honor and build a stronger support network for our students and our staff. So I'm very appreciative, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you. And I just want to say I think that organizations who are really student-focused, it's a lot of work to raise this money, to organize the volunteers, to do all those things. We're obviously in it because we care about kids, but I think the feedback portion is critical because the times have changed and a lot of the ways we perceive that we thought would be most helpful when we were growing up might not be the best ways to help. So the organizations who are truly outcomes-focused and students-focused are going to receive that feedback well, and we want to keep that. That's why we're here today. We wanted to just make it very clear that we're welcoming your feedback. And we're just really appreciative of our partnership, and thank you for your leadership, Superintendent Hyde, on all this. So I hope you'll have a great rest of your meeting, and thank you again.
Thank you.
Great job, ladies. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to bring Mr. Talbot forward, but I have a feeling, because I'm looking at the audience, that a number of other very influential people are here to help support this topic. As you know, board members and community members, and for everybody else in the audience or who ends up watching this online, we launched our Esports Initiative last year, and it was incredibly successful, and we're starting to collect some of the anecdotal stories behind it. Mr. Talbot was kind enough to point out to me, for example, there was one young man who has autism, wasn't necessarily always open and tried to engage his peers, struggled socially in a school setting, and yet absolutely blossomed under this program, where they were competing, but they were communicating with their team members, and that's just one story of everything that took place, and Mr. Talbot and the team deserve a lot of credit. This was not an easy task. We moved very, very, very quickly on this, but thankfully, we had a team that was just as invested philosophically in this as I was and others were before me, so thank you. I just wanted to open with that, and I'm excited to talk about the expansion, so it's all yours, gentlemen. Thank you. And please feel free to name everybody involved that deserves some recognition. Thank you.
So obviously, thank you, Superintendent Hyde, for your leadership in the school board. We appreciate this opportunity to be here. And I know, just listening to the Junior League presentation and our community partners, this was my first venture. A majority of my projects come with partnerships from the community. But this started from an email from Eddie here, or Dr. Varela. He just finished his doctorate degree, so he's super excited. He's going to celebrate later. But it was one of them. It started with an email. And to give you an idea of the great things we can accomplish by partnering with different departments within our own district to pull off something as successful as this, we had 6 different departments that had their hands in this particular esports project. There was athletics with myself. You had Cornelius Jackson and Stephen Cochran in CTE. You had Dr. Varela, Dr. Lois Sawyer, who's here, and Randall Northoff in information and technology. Then you had Javon Young, John Diddle, Kyle Cogden, Justin Phillips in the ITV department. We relied on Curtis Hodnett, Michael Shuviazi, and Nick Sotolongo from networking. And then obviously our great public relations department under the leadership of Jason Gary, but we had Gustavo Rodriguez, Jeremy Cobble, Jordan Garcia, Kyle Kennedy, and Nathan Whaley. And they're the ones that actually did the logo. They sent it out to the schools. We had a competition within the schools, kind of mirrored our new logo for our district, so we wanted to copy that model, reach out to the schools. But it was a great, I guess, inter-district partnership to pull this off, and the stories were unbelievable. The tremendous support that we received from Kaiser University, Southeastern University, Florida Southern University. And then the one thing that is brand new, and it actually happened on the way over, no one knows this, so I figured it'd be a perfect time to announce it, is the Florida High School Athletic Association, since we were one of the first districts to encompass this under athletics, is gonna send out a survey to all the schools in the state of Florida who offer esports, and because of the work of this entire team, because I cannot take credit. I'm just, if a coach wins the state championship, I have to give credit where credit's due, and this is Dr. Varela's baby, I guess, per se, but he did a great job. So with his work and effort and his team that he assembled, when esports become an official high school sport in the Florida High School Athletic Association, it will be because of the work that Polk County has done by encompassing under athletics. So I am happy to turn it over to him so he can present this great opportunity. We have a couple feel-good stories in that you enjoy, but I'll turn it over to him because, like I said, he deserves a lot of credit, and I appreciate working with you and getting to know you. It was a great partnership, and I look forward to expanding and growing and other things. And we actually yesterday talked about building an app for athletics, so there's just more to it. So, but I'll turn it over.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Talbot. Good afternoon, guys. How are we today? So we are going to talk about PCPS Esports and what we'd like to see it become. I'm going to present you guys just a very short history on esports and what it is, what it encompasses, and then also give you some data that we gathered from the pilot. It's not perfect, Dr. Allen, so please don't critique too harshly, but it is our attempt at crunching the numbers, so to speak. So esports is basically competitive video gaming at a professional or semi-professional level. Obviously, with what we're doing here through PCPS, it is done at the high school level, and we are hoping eventually to move it into middle schools as well. Currently, there's 29.6 million monthly esport viewers in the United States in 2022, 1.8 billion in domestic value, 4.5 billion worldwide value for the esports economy. It's an all-inclusive sport. There's no way to know who you're playing on the other side necessarily unless, of course, they make it known. And PCPS is the first in Florida to consider esports as an athletic program, which is, again, one of the reasons why we were so interested in taking this head on. Post-secondary opportunities. So within our county alone, we have Kaiser University, Florida Southern College, Southeastern University, and Florida Polytech, who all have an esports environment on their own campuses, and they have teams competing at varying levels. There are opportunities through scholarships and other post-secondary opportunities, I guess is the way I'll put it. Currently, the way we found out is that it provides students with added options for their next steps in life, and it promotes STEM careers, and that's through some of the research that we were able to conduct on esports. For our pilot, we had 6 high school teams at Frostproof High School, Kathleen High School, Lake Gibson High School, Lake Region High School, Ridge Community High School, and Roosevelt Academy. Each school had 2 varsity and 2 JV teams that competed weekly. So for the data, there were approximately 80 players at the beginning of the season. The students answered a pre-survey and post-survey for the season and gave us information on themselves, obviously completely anonymously so that we're not able to identify these students. But what they reported is that 92% identified as male, 8% as female. The ages ranged from 13 to 18, with 75% 16 to 18 and 25% 13 to 15. The race or ethnicity was 33% Caucasian, 10% Black or African American, 35% Latino Hispanic, and 12% Asian. For school engagement, what we showed was a 72.25% improvement with school connection. This was based on a series of questions that we asked the students, and again, comparing pre-survey to post-survey. We also saw a 44.5% increase in college interest or outlook. A 68.5% found it effective in meeting our program goals for esports, and 88.9% said that they overall enjoyed the entire pilot. For coaches, we started with 80 players. They reported that we actually ended with around 67 players. Approximately 15 student non-players who served as shoutcasters, managers, broadcast assistants, etc., were also present during the season. For some of the notables that Superintendent Hyde pointed out, we had 2 players with autism that played during the season. We also had 3 female players and a female shoutcaster, which, as a notable story, was offered a scholarship during the championship at Florida Southern College, which was pretty exciting. We also were able to identify some at-risk students. One of them was a senior player who was documented prior to the season with a 1.8 GPA that was encouraged by the esports coach and other school staff to improve their grade, and was able to bring the GPA to a 2.1 during the 6-week season, and actually did graduate, did walk. So that was fairly exciting. For the 2022-2023 esports athletics season, we're looking at starting tentatively in September. We're proposing 12 high school teams, or we're recommending those of us who crunch the data to have, again, 12 high school teams and 2 seasons, 10 weeks in the fall, 10 weeks in the spring. And our recommendations, or the schools that are beating down the door to join, would be Auburndale High School, Fort Meade High School, Gauze Academy, George Jenkins High School, Haines City High School, and Lakeland High School. And after that, we have pages and pages of references if you would like to do a little light reading.
Go back one more slide if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. Sorry
It's
about
also important to note, and I don't want people developing a misconception about esports. It's not just the game itself. What gets lost in esports more often than not, or what gets left out of the narrative, is the level of statistical analysis that students have to go through. Now, they don't realize that they're analyzing stats, but when you know that you're playing against another team, just like in any other sport, we look at how that team has performed, how they prefer to play. I'll use football. Sadly, I apologize to everybody in the room. I'll use another sports analogy. But if Lakeland's going to play Lake Gibson, and that will be a great game this year, if one of them's a running team and the other's a passing team, they spend countless hours watching their offensive formations, how they play. If this player's in a certain position, they're more likely to get the ball. They do the same thing in esports. And so even when the students aren't playing, they're learning and analyzing the data behind how other players play. What type of player, what's their player style? Are they more of a tank? Are they more of a, are they more sophisticated in their play? And so it's important to note that, again, it's not just about the students playing a game. That's actually probably less than 30% of what they spend their time doing. But they do learn camaraderie, how to be an effective teammate, how to communicate effectively. These children are playing multiple players at one time, and they have to be able to communicate amongst themselves as another team is getting an advantage so that they know how to defend against a certain maneuver or those types of things. And so it's incredibly important we highlight those things, because I don't want people walking away saying we're just encouraging kids to play games. That's not what we're doing. We're encouraging students to apply a lot of the problem-based learning strategies that they've learned throughout their lives and academically, and apply it in this realm. And quite honestly, I'm proud of the fact that we offer something for everyone. And Mr. Talbot almost got there with his opening. This is available to everyone, regardless of disability, regardless. There are always adaptive technologies that will allow every single student to participate in this. And that's also important, because there's a level playing field in this regard outside of your device and hopefully the internet connection, because I hear my son screaming from upstairs about the lagging bandwidth that we have, and somehow I need to fix that. But other than that, it's a level playing field for everyone. And we actually have students in our district. I did not know this until I went to the championship, the playoffs and championship, but one of our students is ranked nationally in one of these games. He's been playing for so long, and that interest is here. Why not tap into it and expose others? The one area I think we have to spend a lot of time on, quite frankly, is we've got to get more young ladies to tap into this, even if we have to, and I'll say it, even if we have to run a separate league, so that they can build that confidence. Because I know for a fact we have more young ladies who are interested in gaming than were represented on these teams. So we've got to encourage them to come out of that shell and be competitive in that regard. And again, it's a level playing field, so gender doesn't matter, but if that would help encourage more young ladies to come out and play by having a gender-specific team, fantastic, we're all in, and we'll figure that out. But when I look at the statistics, that's the only thing that stands out to me, as we saw disproportionality based off gender. But I'm excited. It's a great opportunity. Thank you, gentlemen, and I'll open it up to questions. Ms. Miller?
Is this something, I'm thinking like our other athletic programs, is this something that's done after school? Like when are they, or is this something they can take as a class elective? Like how is this done?
Just like every other athletic program, we'll run it right after school, where the coach meets with the team down in the classroom or their esports room. Because most schools, they painted the walls, they've done some great opportunities within the school, but it's considered just like an after-school activity.
And is it all kinds of games? Like what are the games?
So the current game that we offer now, we're going to be obviously very, school-friendly to the games we do choose. We're not playing like the sports game, but this game we chose to pilot was called Rocket League, and it was basically 3-person soccer, but they used cars to put the ball in the net. And then I'll let Eddie evaluate on some of the other games we're looking at.
So some of the other games that exist currently within the national leagues, like EGF, Play Versus, et cetera, would be like League of Legends, which is essentially, if you can imagine looking down at a very small map with very small features, and you see little people, you know, tumbling around and fighting with laser beams and things like that. It's not anything that looks violent up close. We're staying away from first-person shooter games and things like that, I believe, Ms. Miller, if that's more what
I was
you're-
just interested in
yeah.
what the gaming, like if it was
Yeah.
a sports game or if it was a strategic, you know,
They
they
do
build
have,
things.
well, they do have sports league,
Okay.
but we kind of wanted to stay away from that.
Okay.
And because this is where the popularity is at, the League of Legends, the Rocket League, and that's our target audience for those. We don't want to, you know, bring in the ones that play the NFL games or the college football games or the hockey or the baseball. This is more what the esports was kind of designed to do, and that's what we want to focus on.
I have an 11-year-old that'll be very excited about this.
And touching on what Superintendent Hyde just said as well, game selection makes a large decision on, or makes a large impact on what type of students are joining the games. So, for instance, driving up female student enrollment or engagement would probably be impacted highly by what game we select. Let me say it that way, or what games we allow them to play.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Fortney?
So each game has its own team, like the Rocket League?
Mm-hmm.
So would you need a second team, kind of like if from football to soccer?
Well-
You see what I'm getting at?
No. So right now, we have one
I'm
game.
having a hard time of my age here, right?
Each high school team could increase in their numbers and have students that specialize in certain games. Or those students would have to learn and adapt to multiple games at the same time. And that's the important part. And I want to highlight again, we've stayed away
Right.
from violent first-person shooters. So there is no Call of Duty, there's none of that. And it is what it is, but we stayed away from those intentionally. Things like Mario Kart are incredibly popular as well. So they're great games, again, for students to get involved in. But, so to your question, again, a team could either have multiple students and one group is dedicated to one specific game and the other is dedicated to
Okay.
another game, or they cross-platform, I don't want to say cross-platform, or they learn and adapt to all those games so that they can throw players in. And that's the other thing these teams have to prepare for is if the team isn't functioning well, how do they substitute a player so that they can get an enhancement as well? So there's a lot, again, of strategy to these things.
Well, I was invited, and I did attend. I toured Kaiser, and she made sure she took me to the Esports Wall of Fame or whatever, and the coach was there. And, of course, I was not going to ask what it is. I was like, that is great. I think we're working on that. That was kind of my answer. And then Superintendent Hyde already brought up, because I looked at the same thing, and so if it falls under athletics, it falls under Title IX. Gotcha.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Fortney, Ms. Fields, I'm so sorry, Ms.
It's
Fields.
okay, no problem. Thank you for recognizing the gender deficit there, but also the deficit with black students. And so I guess my question is, are we working on strategies for both of those groups to ensure that they are invited? I'm sure that they've already been invited to the table, but how we can make them feel more inclusive?
Yes, ma'am, and I'd like to have a follow-up meeting, include Ms. Chandra Hall and several others, including some of the coaches from these teams with these gentlemen as well at the table to kind of problem solve. Why are we not seeing those students? Is it an after-school transportation issue? Are there other barriers? So I think we can need a little bit more time to explore that, and I'd be happy to bring that topic back to you
Okay.
with an update.
Thank you.
Dr. Allen.
Great job. And congrats, by the way, on fulfilling your doctorate. Huge accomplishment. I thought the data was great, by the way. The annotated bibliography that you enclosed was great. And by the way, I actually did. I clicked on one of the articles because it intrigued me, because here we're treading new territory, breaking new ground and so forth. So the title that captured my attention was the challenges of implementing a governing body for regulating esports. So I was curious, like, for us being the only district to consider this as an athletic program, does that bring any challenges our way? And, you know, any types of barriers that you're seeing thus far?
Well, it was kind of exciting to be able to create the league and run the league, because if it immediately fell under the Florida High School Athletic Association, state law says that you must have a minimum of a 2.0 GPA. And you take the student athlete from Frostproof that had a 1.8 GPA and, wasn't really excited about school, then we found that connection, we brought that connection, and he ended up graduating. We wouldn't have been able to do that because we're allowed the leniency. Now, we did recognize that he had a below 2.0, so the agreement was that every Monday he would produce a progress report. If he had a D or an F on his progress report, he wasn't allowed to participate in those weeks' contests. And so, but he always participated. He did what he had to do in the classroom and was rewarded for the opportunity for esports after school. So we were allowed to do some of those things. And when you bring in a governing body like the Florida High School Athletic Association, then rules can change and kind of muddy the waters. But in this situation for now, we kind of can do some things in the best interest of student athletes and progress forward, which is, the student athlete graduating was so exciting for me because it was a direct result of what everybody that had their hand in on this esports did. And I don't think people realize, but it was one more kid that crossed the stage. And I think if everyone, view that as, if we can get one more kid to cross the stage, and then we get another kid, and another kid, next thing you know, our graduation rate is skyrocketing. So even though it was one kid, but it was one more kid. And that's our goal as a district is to find a way every year to get one more kid across that stage.
Yeah, and then on top of that, the female shoutcaster, was she the one from Frostproof?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. It's amazing how they do play-by-play on gameplay. I mean, it is quite impressive.
She did that at the championship.
Yes, she did.
She did. Can I touch on that real fast as
Yeah.
well, by the way? So that's one thing Superintendent Hyde, again, sort of touched on. The environment that exists around esports is quite large. It's much larger than just the players. So working with our CTE department and Mr. Cochran and Mr. Jackson, we've outlined a way that basically esports can already exist it can show up in ways in classes that we already have that exist, let me say it that way. So we have marketing classes, we have coding classes and things like that we can take and shape some of the projects in those classes to be real world practices or real world projects for the esports project, I guess, if you want to call it that. And that's another way that we're very excited about the way that this can grow and then impact more students beyond just the 80 players that are playing in the actual game, but impact more kids on campus.
That's right, that's awesome. And then just to follow up on your comment, Superintendent Hyde, because we probably need to talk about it more, especially as we implement one-to-one devices and so forth, is that bandwidth, right? So these students are going to be pinging their speed test right before gameplay, and they're going to want to know, do I get the same bandwidth at this school as this school? Because they're very competitive that way, as you mentioned about your son and within your own household. So, how are we doing on our fiber implementation and so forth? I'm sure that's going to play out in this conversation as well.
Well, that's where networking got involved, because we brought in networking because, as you can tell, this is probably, it's above my, intellectual, capabilities and some. But you surround yourself with a great team, and I was fortunate enough that they pulled me into this, and I'm glad athletics could, help propel their dream and vision is really what it was, and it's a great partnership within the district, and we're very excited. But I learned a lot. We needed switches and gigabyte switches, and if you, like you said, it was 6 different, departments within this district that came together and collaborated and put a great product out there.
Yeah, well done.
Ms. Cunningham?
Thank you. I had a great principal tell me one time years ago, kids need a place to belong. And what you've effectively done is that you have found a new way for a child to find a place that they belong and that they can flourish. So I just want to say kudos to you and your team. I understand this was done very quickly to get this implemented. And the stories that you're telling are just that. So thank you on behalf of that child who maybe didn't get to say thank you. I think it's wonderful. And anytime that we can engage our children and give them a place at school where they feel like they belong, they become more invested, they do better, and they ultimately will succeed in life. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
This is the one time children don't say they won't do their homework, I can assure you that.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I may, I respectfully would ask that we get through at least the next item, and then I'd ask for a 10-minute recess, which is our norm. So Ms. Usher will make her way forward. Board members, as you know, we continue to face the struggle with growth across our school district. This year, or let me start with last year, we had roughly 110,000 students enrolled in Polk County Public Schools. And just a reminder that when we submitted our FTE application to the department, we estimated that we would be almost at 117,000 students this year. So our growth has been exponential. Part of that growth is the impact on our schools, and Ms. Cunningham knows this well. I sent her a message last night. We have high schools across the region that are reaching capacity. We're becoming more creative. I think McLaughlin was a great step in the right direction. But really, this next topic before the board is very much needed. The utilization of our high schools is incredibly high. The addition of a high school in the Point Siena area would not only allow us to recover students who are leaving and going to Osceola County because it would be it's closer to them, and they are allowed to do that under Florida statute, but it would also allow us to reconfigure and rezone the entire northeast area. And that's incredibly important for us, and that needs to be inclusive of multiple schools, Tenor Rock, Auburndale, and others, so that, again, as we get to a comprehensive rezoning solution, we have enough capacity to ensure that we can support our students moving forward. So Ms. Usher is here to talk to you today about Point Siena High School, to be named, but the Point Siena area high school option. So, Ms. Usher.
Good afternoon. Yes, there is a need for additional capacity, as Mr. Hyde said, in the northeast area. As you all know, Haines City is at 118%, Ridge at 101. Luckily, when we opened Davenport High, we were able to provide some enrollment relief to Ridge community primarily. Haines City Senior has 26 portables, Ridge has 17. So there is a deficiency right there in capacity. There are about 3,300 people that live in the Haines City boundary. Luckily, 660 of them do not attend that school, or the school would have been much more overcrowded. Just a quick need for capacity in that area. We have, this is a conservative estimate, 1312, but that added to the needed capacity to relieve Haines and Ridge would, in itself, would justify a new high school. We have 2,200 students residing in the Point Siena area. And of those students, 1,761 attend Haines City High. This is the property that was offered to us. This is Hatchinahaw Road, and out here is Marigold. So it is north of Hatchinahaw, east of Marigold, and it's 100.32 acres. Yes, we always work with the transportation department when we're buying property or establishing boundaries, and they were happy with this site. They think it's ideally located, and it might even minimize the number of buses we need and decrease travel time. Okay, this is a more detailed. We took one of our prototype and just put it on to see if it works, not necessarily, and it does. Access could be from Hatchinahaw, but it will also be from the interior roadway. So they'll have more than one access to the school site. The seller is proposing to put in all road access, all utilities to the site, and mitigate whatever we have to mitigate, and turn it over to us as a turnkey property. It is offered at $12 million, and again, this includes not just the property, but wetlands mitigation, endangered species, and I know we have skinks on the site, road construction, water and sewer to the site, and the developer will also take our drainage and will submit for the land use change from residential to institutional to accommodate the school. The consultant for the seller gave us this as a utility cost, being 5.6 million. The wetland mitigation, 306,000. The skink mitigation, 1.32 million, for a total of 7.26. However, I wasn't certain if this was correct, so the district hired its own civil engineer who did concur with the seller that it appears to be accurate. So the appraisal came in at 7,900,000. And the way he did the appraisal was to look at comparable sales. He looked at 5 in the area, and the prices there range from like 75 to 90,000.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We don't have that. Can you send that to us?
The PowerPoint?
Right.
Certainly. Do you want it? Do you want me to do it now?
No,
Okay,
no.
all right.
We can follow it, but if
All
you
right,
can send
yeah, but
it, because
certainly I
I'm
will.
looking to try to keep up and I can't see it.
Okay, certainly I will.
That's better, thank you.
So the appraisal came in at 7.9 million. The improvements to the site total 7.2 million. So the total cost for the property and to have everything to deliver it as a turnkey site is 15.2 million. And our civil thought that that was reasonable also. The asking price is 12 million, and that's about it. Sorry. How do I go back? Oh, no, I'm going forward, sorry.
That's all right.
So that's what we have. The thing is, we did receive 6 million from the county in impact fees when we were considering that property I brought to you all in August of last year. The reason we could have developed it, but it would have required a lot of wetland mitigation, about 5 million, and we did not know which other mitigation we had to do. But I did request from the county 6 million for that. Checking on the county right now with our impact fees, they have about 49 million, 50 million for us. So I'll ask for the other 6 million if the board asks me to bring this back as an action item, and hopefully by the time we start next year, we'll have enough money to build a high school.
Ms. Miller and Ms. Cunningham?
Is it usually, the 100 acres, are they buildable 100 acres? How many acres?
It is, we have, the only thing that's not buildable will be the wetlands, and we have 2 acres, and this is net, because we don't have to do any retention.
Right.
Retention could take 10, 15 acres. So this is more than what we need for a high school, but our thinking is that we will need middle school capacity. Maybe we can do a co-location, shared retention, shared bus drop-off, and also build a middle school eventually, and that's why, because 100 acres is too much for high school.
That's what I just didn't know if a lot of it was all buildable. So we're going to build this site, planning that we're going to possibly add an additional school. So looking at the 100 acres, the school, you'll
That's
have that
correct,
plan.
because we will need more and more capacity in that area.
And it says district appraisal. Who did the appraisal for us?
Mancuso,
Okay, and we just got one from him?
we just got one.
Okay.
Ms. Cunningham?
Thank you. I drove out there this weekend, just to try to take a look at the site and so forth. I don't know if you realize we're calling it a Point Siena site, but it's not in Point Siena, right?
It's on the south.
I think it's actually Haines City. Yeah, I
Okay,
mean,
I'm sorry,
just for the
but-
record,
Okay, all right. The reason for Point Siena is to provide enrollment, to accommodate the students that live in the Point Siena area and will leave Haines City.
I understand that, but my thought is, if we're going to build, and we've talked about it with several developers through the years, to build a site in Point Siena, we would need to look at a site much farther north,
And
because that's really where the cusp of the kids live, is not so much on Lake Hatchnahaw Road there. I know this is just west of Fire Tower. I just don't know what the overall plan is. You know what I'm saying? This may help with some because it's on the very southern tip, but it's not really in Point Siena proper, if you will, because I know we've had developers talk to us in the past about being able to provide a high school or a middle school or an elementary school or all three as part of their developments in the area. This was before Ms. Usher. Yes, and so there's opportunities, but I just don't know. This is very far south, so I'm trying to understand the purpose, because are you going to really draw a lot of people out of Haines City to come I just don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not
ideally,
getting it.
ideally, Mrs. Cunningham, that's why we look at the Hemlock property, the one that I brought to you in August. It was a little bit to the northeast.
Yes.
But property in this area is extremely scarce. We wanted to stay north of Hatchinaha, and the Transportation Department wanted us to, as long as we stay north of Hatchinaha. You're correct, the property is right north of Hatchinaha, and these are where the students live. But right now, these students are going all the way up to Haines City. So even though the site is north of Hatchin, it will be a big relief. And we have been looking for property, and they do have, but they're all wetlands. So we're trying to get the most out of our money and decrease mitigation. There are other properties, but they're mostly wetlands in the area. So we have been looking since before I came to you all in August.
Right.
And so this property will be delivered to us as turnkey. It will provide enrollment relief to the students in Haines City. And so these students will be able to come to Point Siena instead of going up to Haines City.
Okay, that's if you call it Point Siena High School. It'll be going, you're saying it will come to this high school rather than going to Haines City High School. Okay, so my question is, we are constantly behind the eight ball, okay? We are, because growth is, and again, no fault of ours. Our communities, our cities, and our county are very developer friendly and continue to approve these subdivisions without knowing the ramifications of putting kids in school. So my question is, I don't want to wait another 3 years. As soon as this is built, just like Davenport High School, we're going to need a new place. Are we looking at some areas in Point Siena, north of Point Siena, off of Johnson Avenue, to give relief to that northern end? Because that's really where the bulk of the growth is. There's not a lot of growth on Lake Hatchinaha Road. I understand you're looking to bus them there, but that's not a heavily populated area. Just saying, I mean, I get it. It can be maybe, they say build it and then they will come, right? But currently it's not. The need is much farther north. So I don't know, are we taking the time to explore some
We
of?
tried, Mrs. Cunningham, to buy a site close to Citrus Ridge, but we were unsuccessful in doing that. And that was since I've been here. So we have been looking for sites. We do not, what we're doing right now, if we buy this 100 acres, we can put a middle school
I understand.
also.
I understand.
Then off 27, we have the two property that we have the middle school site and the elementary school site. And then in Point Siena, we also have an elementary school site. Certainly, it will be great to plan ahead and buy the property, but I'm using impact fees. So I'm waiting till it builds up so we can build the school and then buy property, saving the sales tax to modernize our schools and do upkeep. So, and everything is going up right now.
Sure.
And the cost of property is extremely
Sure, high.
expensive. And so
Right.
when we were approached with this site, turnkey for
Sure.
the 12, I thought we had to move on it and bring
Okay.
it to you.
Yeah, and I support it. I'm simply asking questions and saying, as we move forward in the future, if we could look toward the north end of Point Siena off of Johnson Avenue, out into Point Siena, and be looking at possibly a site up there, because I think that's where we're going to need to look next.
And we work closely with the developers. We review all residential development that come through. And if there's an opportunity for them to dedicate a site to us, so we will be looking closely at that. It's easier to have the condition put on them at development order that they dedicate the site than us going out. So we're working on that with the local governments.
Okay.
Ms. Cunningham, we'll make a note of the request to keep looking for a site north. The new high school site does address a variety of issues,
Sure.
primarily Haines City High School.
Sure.
In its present state, but you'll notice, and you can't see the one that's on my screen, but it is very close to the Winter Haven boundary, and it's also very close to the Bartow boundary.
Yes, I see it.
So as we see growth over the next 5 years, I do think, I don't believe it's going to be a school where we have to wait for it to be filled.
Right.
I think it's going to give us the flexibility we need, much to your point.
Right.
How are we proactively addressing these issues?
Right.
With the understanding that we're ultimately going to need another high school
We are.
in the northeast
North-
quadrant.
that's all I'm
Absolutely.
saying.
Yes,
Right.
ma'am. So
Right.
we are committed
That's
to doing that.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
It was Ms. Fields, and I'll come back to Ms. Wyatt.
I agree with Ms. Cunningham. The naming of it being Point Siena is very misleading.
I misspoke. I'm so sorry. I
That's
opened that
okay.
can of worms.
No.
It was the Point Siena area property. It's not going to be named Point Siena. There's a whole process, as you know, that we go through to name it. So that was my error, and I'm very apologetic.
No. I'm just saying, I attend church in the area. I attend Lake Hamilton.
Right, you did.
So I'm very familiar with that area, and it's really growing immensely. And the community is in very much support of a new high school and very, they are very anxious to see something because of growth.
Right.
And it is growing in that area. So I agree with Ms. Cunningham, we need to continue to be looking for future sites. But I think that before we can even get the school built, we'll be having an abundance of kids ready to enter the school, from what I can see.
Right.
Ms. Wyatt.
Thank you. Yeah, and with Lake Wales having approved thousands of units that I know won't fit at Lake Wales High School right now, I think having an option in that closer to Lake Wales as well, because even with opening McLaughlin and making it 912, we still are going to need some more high school seats in that area moving forward. But I also, just on the Point Siena, there is already a Point Siena High School that's like a couple miles from our property, from our Polk County boundaries. So I would hope no matter where we find property, that we're not going to call it Point Siena High School and that we can call it something different.
That will
'cause
come back to you.
That already exists.
The
Point
name
Siena
has to be
West.
approved by the board,
Yeah.
so.
Point Siena West. No, we're not doing that. Mr. Wilson.
Oh, yeah, I agree with Ms. Hyatt. I think we've got plenty of opportunity to fill a school out that way, especially with the growth in Lake Wales. But I'd like to go back to the cost, please. So the asking price was $12 million.
Right.
And then what are we paying for it?
We're paying $12 million for it.
Okay, but our mitigation costs were significantly greater than that. So that seems like a very reasonable price.
That's what, at first, I did question the mitigation cost that he presented to us, the seller at 7 point something. That's why I had one of our engineers in continuing contract look at it to make sure, and he said, yes, that's what it would cost.
And so the developer is agreeing to cover those mitigation
That's
costs
correct.
for us?
They'll
Wow.
deliver it as a turnkey property with all the mitigation, water, sewer, roadway to the site. They'll take our drainage, they'll get our land use change for us.
And I remember the challenges we had with the skinks previously, so their willingness to handle that is worth its weight in gold.
It takes a lot of time from us and work from us if they'll do it.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Wilson, I think you raised a valid point. I want to make sure that we clarify for everybody who's watching, who doesn't necessarily follow this as closely. But the asking price is $12 million, and if I'm understanding all the numbers correctly, that means that the seller is picking up $3 million worth of mitigation expenses, because on this slide, you see the total cost, including a mitigation, that third bullet's $15,200,000. So if I'm understanding it correctly, they're picking up almost $3 million of
3.2.
mitigation, and we're getting it for a good price, so.
Well, as I understand it, they're agreeing to do the mitigation, period.
That's correct.
So it could be significantally greater than $3 million, right?
It would cost us 15 too,
Yeah.
if we were to do it. But again, the seller is including that, so really, if you could even do the funny math and subtract 3 more from 12 and say it's essentially costing us 9. Because the mitigation would have to happen regardless, whether the
Right.
seller pays it or we pay it. So it is a reasonable cost, and I'm glad that we double-checked and verified the numbers.
And when I questioned the 7.2, the engineer for the seller said, we're locking it in. You know, everything is going up. Once you buy this, we promise, so if it costs us more, there'll be no additional charge to you, which was good.
Ms. Fields?
That I would request, and I think everybody else want the same thing, is that presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Something as important as this, I think we should have had it.
Yes, ma'am. We will get it to you today.
Thank you.
Ms. Fortney, was your hand up?
Yeah, just real quick, Hatchna Hall Road kind of runs parallel to Johnson Avenue, right? In an aerial view? It does, Lori? Yes. Okay, because I have not been down Hatchna Hall lately, but I have been down Johnson. And you can't even put a toothpick in there. Yeah, it's unbelievably,
Dense.
yeah. It's going to be all houses, all the way to Solavita.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you, Ms. Usher.
Certainly.
If we may, Madam Chair, we will recess at this time. I asked them to set it for 10 to 15 minutes, so we will rejoin in 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
1:58. All right, and we are back. I will hand it back over to Superintendent Hyde to continue through our agenda.
Madam Chair, members of the board, staff, and guests, thank you for being here. At this time, Mr. Baldwin, Senior Director for Federal Programs and Grants Management, is going to provide an overview of a grant opportunity that we are applying for to help assist with tutoring for students in grades K through 3. It's important to note that this grant may or may not necessarily align with the initiatives that we have proposed. We're waiting for clarification or seeking clarification from the department. However, I don't want to delay the timeline of our application at all. So we can always submit this grant if it does not or will not support our initiatives and activities as we've delineated, then we can always refund the grant back to the department or find better use for it. So at this time, Mr. Baldwin, I'll turn it over to you.
Hello, just here to provide some preliminary information. This is a $2.1 million grant provided by the FLDOE, Florida Department of Education, and it is funded by the federal Coronavirus Relief and Response Supplementals Appropriations Act. That was the second major coronavirus act that provided funding to education. This grant is specifically designed to provide tutoring opportunities to students in grades K through 3, and for those students that are scoring the lowest 15% at each elementary school. As Mr. Hyde stated, we have kind of a preliminary idea of what we'd like to do with these grant funds, but we're trying to make sure that we align those initiatives with our current strategic plan goals and to make sure that the grant funds would be used in the most effective way possible. So at this time, we don't have the full details. We would present at a future board meeting as an action item if we are able to finalize a plan and utilize these grant funds.
Ms. Miller.
Would this come back to a work session before a board meeting to
It
learn
can.
about? I'd just be interested in what we are going to be able to provide.
Actually, you're going to hear more about that explicitly in August when we talk about the schools that we're treating as turnaround schools or let me rephrase that, as focus schools. But also, there'll be more of a comprehensive overview of all of our initiatives as they relate to how we're supporting students for for mathematics and ELA proficiency development,
So this will be one opportunity to fund
Yes, ma'am.
those supports. Okay,
These are in addition to the things we've already proposed, and that's why we want to make sure that they're aligned, because we don't want to accept dollars that would push us in a different direction that does not align to our current needs and/or way of work.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Cunningham.
Yes, and I just want to say thank you. Sitting down and writing a grant and taking the time to do that is very tedious, very time-consuming. I just want to say thank you on behalf of the kids that may benefit down the road with whatever we utilize the dollars for. Just thank you to you and your team for taking the time, whenever you see opportunities like this, to go after them, to try to better our kids' lives. So I just want to say thank you.
You're very welcome. And I can't take full credit because we often have a full team that works on this. And in this case, Ann Everett and Victoria McKenzie and Joe McNaughton were involved with this application as well. So
Awesome.
It's always a team effort.
Well, it takes a team. So thank you so much to everyone involved.
Do I see anybody else's hand up? Not seeing any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. At this time, we have the next item before the board is the naming of Spessard-Holland Elementary School's Media Center in honor of Miss Melody Butler, who just recently retired.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Lacey Golden, and I'm an administrator at Spessard L. Holland. And this is Miss Shannon Bumpus. She's our media specialist. And Mrs. Melody Butler retired after spending 40 years of service with Polk County Schools. She is responsible for opening Spessard Holland Elementary 14 years ago, and each year since has demonstrated outstanding leadership. Mrs. Butler has become the face of Spessard Holland and created a school that parents and students want to attend. She has stories of opening the school and working in her office in her hard hat. She has worked hard to make lifelong relationships with students, staff, and families. During last year's senior grad walk around Spessard, there were multiple students who were so upset to hear that Miss Butler had a training and wasn't going to be there. After 20 minutes of pleading, I finally FaceTimed Miss Butler so they could see her and talk with her Spessard Gators that are now graduating. We want to support and continue her legacy by naming the Media Center she so adamantly supported through her time there. As Ms. Butler always says, readers are leaders.
Ms. Fortney and then Ms. Cunningham.
Yeah, hi guys, how you doing?
Hi, Ms. Wood.
Yeah, just going to her little get-together in the media center the other day. You know, it's just obvious that that was her heart, and I'm gonna miss her, but I also want to offer congratulations to you,
Thank you.
being named a new principal, I believe, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
That's what I thought.
The board has yet to take action
I'm
on
sorry.
that, Ms. Fortney.
Hopefully.
I appreciate the plug. But that's this evening.
Well, you have my vote. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm curious how you're keeping her from watching this prior.
Well, we actually had a Zoom call with her about a week ago because Miss Butler has a lot of friends.
Oh,
and we
never
wanted
mind.
to tell her that we hoped to honor her in this way before she got to watch us.
Okay. I figured, I didn't know how long that was gonna roll out there. Yeah, she's gonna be a hard act to follow, but I'm sure you can do it if we vote that way.
Ms. Cunningham.
I just want to say thank you to Ms. Butler. She is 40 years of service to one organization is absolutely superb. And in the times in which we live, in the years that she's been at Spessard-Holland, opening that school up as she did to today, we always hear positive things and phrases and comments from parents and students and other folks that work together with her and community members. She's truly an icon and a legend in her own time. And so I would support this wholeheartedly. I know she will be very humbled by such a gesture, I'm sure, because that's just not like her. She's very much kind of behind the scenes kind of person, but she's done so much for children and families in the community. And this is one small way that we can show our appreciation. So kudos to whomever's idea it was to do this. But I think it's a wonderful recognition for a young woman who worked so hard and dedicated her life to her students and her families at her school. So kudos to those, and can't wait until we can officially have a groundbreaking, a ribbon cutting, or whatever we do, right? And the plaque naming, everybody does it so different now, but it'll be awesome to be able to put the plaque on the media center in her recognition. So
Absolutely.
thank you for all that you do, and congratulations, kinda ahead of time.
Thank you.
Ms. Fortney.
I can just visualize Butler's Book Club, right? Or some little corner or whatever, I don't know.
She did host a book club for
Right,
many years.
Right,
So.
and you're gonna have to learn how to feed well, I hear too.
It is a fabulous campus, and much like Mulberry High School, I know Ms. Butler takes a great deal of pride, as does the mayor from Mulberry, when his role was that of building principal at the high school, about the number of individuals who are leading other buildings and leading departments that came from there. Ms. Butler took a great deal of pride and continues to do so in watching others rise to that level of success with her coaching and support and nurturing. Clearly, her assistant principal is coming forward this evening with a recommendation that she be the next principal at the school. It's a culture that is truly palpable when you come onto campus. It's warm, it's embracing, it's student-centric. The adults have a good time, but it's all about the kids. And it is something we hope to emulate everywhere, and we would hope that every family member and every student has that same experience on their campus. So you have a heavy lift ahead of you to maintain and sustain that and grow that, but I have no doubts. And I think it's a strong testament. I had the opportunity to go out there during the school year, and there are 3 generations that have come through that school, employees. Well, almost 3. I believe the daughter of one is going to be a teacher. She's going through school, is going to be a teacher. So I had the pleasure of meeting them in the media center one day for announcements. So thank you, congratulations, and this item will come back before the board for a vote at the next board meeting.
I had one more thing you
Ms.
sparked
Fortney.
to memory, Mr. Hyde. I just during our break walked and stuck my head over at the AP And I saw one of
our gators.
that's it, over there in the AP pool. And I was just so excited when she hired one of my former students, who is now going to be, I believe, 5th grade.
Yep.
And, yeah, so and with the idea to grow her as a leader too, right? That was her.
And once you're a gator, you're always a gator.
That's it. So, yeah, lovely.
Thank you.
And I want to say hi to your third party back there. Good job.
Great job. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Next up, we'll bring Ms. Ann Everett forward. She'll provide a summary to the board about the student progression plan updates.
Good afternoon, everybody. So this is time for the annual update to the student progression plan. And so I'm here representing several different departments. There are very few substantive changes. Most of them really are language updates, going from FSA assessments to the new PM, progress monitoring assessments, things like that that are just very minor. But the few that we did definitely want to point out, and you have in front of you the executive changes. On page 1, if you look at the bottom, there's a page 1 at the, on each of them. The very bottom one talks about some additions to the language for ELL placement when ELL students enter our district. How do we place them in the appropriate grade level? And so the ELL team has added some different characteristics that we need to look at when we're recommending grade placement for those students. So that's an addition. As well, at the bottom of that page 2 on the SPP, page 23, they've also, the ELL team has also added that beginning of each student's 3rd year in school, so when the ELL students enter the United States, they get what's called a due date. It's the date they've entered a U.S. school. And that's an important date for us. And so they've added in here specific policies so that beginning a student's 3rd year in the country and every year thereafter, they will do a reevaluation to make sure that we're providing the appropriate services for that student based on their needs, or do we need to look at some other barriers that that student may have? So they've added that in there as an actual step to be sure that's happening for every student that enters the ELL program. At the bottom of page 4 on the executive summary, there is a change to the MTSS process in our district. Lori Allen has asked that we provide very specific language on the steps, and it goes into page 5. You'll actually see the addition and the changes of the language on the executive summary of the next page. And so she's removed the generic language of what we need to look at when we need to serve students who are achieving below proficiency. And so she's added very specific language to help schools really pinpoint and be intentional in the services that they are providing for their students. The 4th big change is on page 6 of the executive summary. So this one's a little bit different. So kind of by practice in our schools, we've always kind of shared with parents, shared with students, that every student takes an English language arts class and a mathematics class every single school year, even if they have completed all of those requirements for graduation. And so what we often see is students who are beginning their high school credit courses while they're in middle school, right? So they start their math class in 7th grade and they earn a high school credit. In 8th grade, they earn another. But there are only 4 math credits required as a minimum for a high school graduation diploma. And so sometimes we'll have a request that, you know what, I'm done at the end of 10th grade or 11th grade with math. I've earned all my credits. I don't want another math class. And it could be science, it could be social studies, it could be English. Most often it is the mathematics course. And so by practice, we really kind of share, we're school, this is what we do. We do reading and writing and mathematics. And so we're going to take an ELA and a math class every single year. So this just really kind of solidifies our practice for our students and puts it in policy. And so that is not a change in how we function in our schools, but it is a change as far as we've not had that language written anywhere in the past. Okay, and then the last, really that's a procedural policy type of change, is on the bottom of page 10 of the executive summary. Actually, it's right in the middle. This one happens to apply specifically to students. So you have a student who plays fall football at school A. Sometime during the school year, they transfer to school B. And in the spring, the question is, can they participate in spring football at that new school? And so in the past, the practice has been that there had to be an appeal for that student to be eligible for spring football. This past year, there were 27 petitions for that to happen, or appeals. They were all approved because the students had legitimately transferred following our transfer policies. And so this is removing that and just making it, hey, if that student transferred and they followed all the appropriate transfer procedures, then of course they're eligible to play at their new school for spring football. But those are the 5 substantive changes to the SPP. Everything else is quite minor.
Ms. Miller?
You said at the very beginning you addressed reviewing the needs of the student. Will this help with students I've seen with this label who may have gotten it very early on and it kind of stayed with them? And then in high school, we've learned, well, they have a learning disability, but we never really looked at that because we just kept saying ELL all the way through. So will this help that process?
Absolutely, and you're
Okay.
speaking specifically about the reevaluation for those students
Yes.
heading into year 3, 4, and 5. Yes, absolutely. So oftentimes, you're exactly right. They enter our country, they test into the program, we provide those services, but they're not acquiring the language as expected. And so we kind of keep on that merry-go-round, right? We're providing those support services, we're providing those assistances, but we don't always recognize that maybe there's something else that's a barrier for that student, and it could be a learning disability in their native language that's impacting their ability to acquire the new language. And so that will bring added attention to those students and make sure that we're intentional in reviewing why is that student continuing in that ELL program and or their current placement in that program. So are we really getting them out so that, are we working on academic language acquisition, which takes longer? Or are we still on the first year, moving out of that silent period, trying to figure out why they're not acquiring that social language? That's going to be a red flag for us to revisit that student, but absolutely that will help.
Because I think sometimes services are delayed based on people assuming it's a language barrier.
Absolutely correct. Yes, agreed.
Ms. Fortney?
I want to echo what Ms. Miller said, because as a classroom teacher, I saw that exact, it was obvious that it was no longer just a language barrier.
And in fairness, we want to make sure that we're not missing something on the student's end, but we need to also make sure we're not missing anything on the instructional end.
Right.
Are we providing the right instruction at the right time by the right teacher?
Well, can I make a couple things here? When you said you're removing, I don't know if you got to it yet or you passed it, because I was digging in here to find my note. On the intervention and acceleration piece, first let me say I enjoy reading the rationale. When we added that 4 or 5 years ago, that helps to understand.
Where we've deleted the science, is that the one
Yeah,
you're referring to?
you know where I'm going. Okay. Can you explain a little bit about that again, or if you're
I
not-
can, and I have friends in the room if they'd like to chime in as well. It's really to ensure that we're focusing on the mathematics and the reading as a priority, and making sure that students who are not at proficiency in reading and mathematics, that's the first priority. And I will say it does align. This gets into a whole nother conversation. So in the past, and I know the state has changed it, we had the bottom 300 schools, right? The state produced that lower 300 performing elementary schools. And those students, those schools were required to provide that additional hour of reading intervention for those students. And so the 60 minutes was dedicated 100% to reading intervention. A lot of schools participated in that very specific additional hour of intervention time, and they focused on reading intervention primarily, but they also added mathematics and then science. But I will say this, even if you're focusing on reading interventions, what they're using are science and mathematical materials. So they are using content area text in the science. It's not that science is being removed as a whole content, it's that we're really focusing on the reading, but we're using the science content to kind of capture that. Same thing with the math. So it's not as if we're really removing science intervention, as much as we are solidifying that we are focused on reading and mathematics interventions, but we use other content area materials to support those interventions.
So more core curriculum.
Correct.
And, which I'm all for, because by the time they get up into the middle grades, if they can't read science, you know.
Absolutely. And we really want students to be able to take advantage of the time where we're providing reading interventions to focus on some of that content. And then their science class, they're spending some more time on the hands-on activities, right? But we've built the background using those leveled science readers and other content area texts. So it's not really that science is not touched. It's not the specific purpose of that intervention, even if we're using science content materials to accomplish those interventions.
And I want to provide a reassurance here.
And it's funny, you knew right where I was going with that.
Because I've had long conversations with our deputy superintendent who understands our commitment to science in particular, and this is a main focus area that he and the regionals have already started to address. So while interventions may have been reassigned to those core content areas of reading and mathematics, because you're not going to be able to do science without those skills, period.
Right.
That does not mean that there is going to be a de-emphasis on science. In fact, there will be a heavy emphasis on science, but the practice of science, not the reading of science.
Gotcha.
And that's an important piece to clarify, because we should not have kids getting to middle school who don't know how to use a triple beam balance, don't understand what the meniscus is, don't understand what a graduated cylinder is, because what that tells me is we got really good about reading about science, but we were horrible at the practice of science. And this must be a hands-on approach. But I don't want anybody leaving here, or anybody who watched the video or in the audience to leave here saying we're de-emphasizing science and spending more time just on literacy and numeracy. That's not the case. The interventions are focused there. Core science instruction will continue to be a heavy emphasis, because we understand that we're not performing there adequately, or where our students, and more importantly, where our teachers are capable of performing. So it is a heavy emphasis moving forward, because it does set the stage for subsequent science application. And we cannot continue to ignore and allow our students to go into middle school or even to high school with deficient science skills, because that then serves as a roadblock to them pursuing higher or more advanced science coursework. So we will see a shift in that. And I will tell you, that's a heavy emphasis, and I'm very pleased that our deputy superintendent and the regionals recognize that, and not just because I used to teach science, but I'm appreciative that we are, again, this gets back to what's our core mission. Our core mission is core instruction. Our core mission is making sure every student succeeds, and that's what we continue to emphasize. So I just want to make sure I provided that clarification, because it's very important that we make that distinction. We're not eliminating science time. We're emphasizing science time differently, and we're going to be more strategic and intentional in how we approach reading and mathematics intervention to apply to all content areas. So thank you for the opportunity to clarify.
Oh, yeah. While we're on this, do we have any timeline when the DOE is going to roll out information to us on how science will be tested, or?
We already know that information now, and so just as a reminder, while the state will be moving to this progress monitoring platform and assessing students multiple times throughout the year, they will treat this year's data as they have the last year's data. The final assessment of the year will be treated as a traditional FSA for this year only, and then moving forward, they will have developed the processes and the data, and have subsequent data to develop what the evaluation instrument will look like, or the scoring or rating or grading instrument will look like after year one. But right now, we've been told and provided every assurance that the third assessment will be utilized similar to how FSA was in the last few years. And science is included in there.
And it's all online, science included?
Yes, ma'am.
Because that was paper-based.
Well, there's a strong argument to be made. The math test is more of a reading comprehension test versus a math test. So, I mean, we could be here for hours having that conversation. But any further questions? Thank you, Ms. Everett. I intentionally asked Ms. Everett just to hit the highlights, because there are a lot of just tweaks to language. But I like the template that we used that provides you the rationale. Ms. Everett, please come back.
I'm sorry?
Ms. Fortney?
I'm looking at my notes. In clarify for me, because I know we are focused on K through 3, or K2, actually, in these core reading, math. Is there any way I can get the retention rate of our kindergartners, first and second graders? And compare that to other districts? Because someone told me, now, you know, that they looked up this data, and the districts that did better grade-wise had a higher retention rate, K1, 2, than, say, middle grades, et cetera. I just wanted to kind of clarify that.
We'd be happy
with data.
we'd be happy to see if we can review that data, and I'd be more than happy to have an extended conversation about how retention can actually do more damage to a
Right.
student. We tend to retain students far more often because of social emotional issues, that we feel that they're not mature enough, that we feel that they're lacking certain, it's very seldom is it about fundamental skills, and we have to remember, because we've been having this conversation internally, I will support retention only, and I would bring this to the board, only if we do combo grade level classes. If we can do a K1, a 1-2, a 2-3, a 3-4, because here's what happens. Because of the maturation issue, if a student's retained, we need to remember they're getting the exact same content information delivered almost the same way for a second year. There's nothing different. There's no differentiation. There's no real way to modify that for that student for the entirety of a school year. However, a grade level combined class of a K1, grades 1-2, grades 2-3, does allow for acceleration. So once the student matures and actually starts to show that they have the foundational skills, that student isn't left lagging his or her classmates. And we see a lot of data that supports this beyond grade 3. So this would be a very lengthy conversation. I continue to support schools or parents who have asked, and during COVID, parents were given the right and the authority to demand retention. However, even this year, as we've had parents come forward and ask, I am willing to talk with them just to make sure they understand that your child's really, I would prefer that we place your child in a subsequent grade level and put the onus on us to differentiate and provide the appropriate interventions to catch them up versus having them repeat an entire grade level and not really develop any new skills as a result of it. So it's just an important conversation for us to have, but we do want to be honored, we want to honor and respect the parents and their perceptions and their opinions as to their child's progress. But that's, again, moving the parent to being a true partner in education rather than a passenger, where we have them at the table and we're respectful of their position and we provide them options. We're not just telling them this is what we're going to do. We have to provide them those options. But it's important for us to advocate on behalf of a child because, again, retention more often than not is not driven based off just pure academic deficiency. Again, it's far too often it's about behavioral or social emotional issues. So I'd be happy to see what data we can pull. I don't know that that data exists at a granular level that would allow us to make that argument, or someone to make that argument that early intervention makes them more successful in secondary. I'd be curious what research they're pointing to, but we'd be happy to pull that. So, Ms. Fields?
I wanted clarity on the strategy that you referenced about retention and talking directly to the parents. Is that something that's going to be new this upcoming year?
We're offering that now. So during the summer, I have been contacted by several of our regionals inquiring about their an elementary student's retention or request for retention from the parents. And I've asked them to make sure they reiterate, both sides of the coin, but that if push comes to shove, I'm more than happy to talk with the parents as well. Not to try to convince them, but I want them to make sure that they understand, because the last thing you want is for that child to then feel, remorse is not the right word, but as they age and they're watching their peer group out ahead of them in the early primary grades, it's not as impactful. Later on, it would be. And we don't currently have an acceleration option for those students because they're going to miss an entire grade level. So we can't safely just promote a student without ensuring that they've met those grade level standards. That's the break. If the issue were there were no standardized tests in grades 3 through 5, and we could, in good conscience, in good faith, just look at the data and take the teacher's recommendations as to where that student is or what progress he or she has made, that'd be a perfect world. But right now, with statewide assessments, we are assuming that child has gotten covered an entire grade level of content by grade skipping them is what I mean for an acceleration option. So this is not an easy problem to solve. That's why I think there has to be a lot of conversation. So I don't know that it's new in as much as we are pushing to open up the lines of communication, because again, I do believe that despite there was a rule that was passed during COVID that empowered parents to retain their students regardless of our opinion, we're not going that far, but we are respecting parents and their views and their thoughts about their child. But I think that puts us as educators in the best possible position to articulate why would promotion with supports and interventions benefit their child, because that's what the parent really wants to hear. I don't want my child to struggle academically. Is retention the best option? And also, and that's important too, not beyond the academic piece, about the social emotional piece, because we hear about immaturity, especially amongst young males. So we need to do a better job of advocating and articulating what services we can provide to help address those issues so parents feel comfortable. If they don't, then retention becomes an option. But we are going to start working on a blended classroom grade level model, because if retention is going to be an option moving forward, continues to be an option moving forward, I believe we have to put students in a position where as they demonstrate growth, they can get back to their regular grade level. So I'll be bringing that to you very, very shortly.
Well, I think that's important because I know from personal experience that some parents don't understand that there really is not much value in the retention piece, and they're adamantly for the retention because they think that having them retained for another year is going to bring them up to where they need to be. So I think it's an educational piece for the parents as well. So
You're absolutely
definitely.
right. And if we can develop a program that addresses that and would truly differentiate for that student and expose them to blended grade level content, 2, 3, 3, 4, you heard me say that? I think that's the best world for that student. But we'd have to create how many of those classrooms will we have, where will they be, so that parents feel that comfort and we feel comfortable knowing that that child's getting what he or she deserves, is a
Right.
better word than needs. Ms. Miller.
Not only parents, but staff. I hear from our K-1 and 2, you know, they have curriculum, but the supplemental stuff that can be modified might not be consistent, might be the same across campuses. So I think if we put the child into the next grade, we're also going to have to make sure that it's consistent support for the staff, that it's going to have to modify curriculum, or I hate to say modify it, make accommodations until the student's caught up. Because I think what I'm hearing is it's not, they might have this one program at one school for supplemental, but they don't have it at another school. So what does that look like? So that's part of the planning, I guess.
Well, I can't let that go without addressing that. I would say in the past that was more accurate than it is now. We do not have we do not have the Las
how you
Vegas
think about that.
buffet. Oh, I want to make sure I express this
Okay.
properly. We have moved away from the Las Vegas buffet-style approach to intervention, where everyone got to pick their own intervention and what they chose to do, much of which was not research-based. And that's not the district's fault. Sometimes it happens when schools are given more autonomy, and I don't want this to come across as disrespectful to our leaders. The problem with it is you get constant turnover, and so the training becomes insufficient, sustaining the programs and interventions become insufficient, and so we, as a district, have moved far more comprehensively to research-based, proven methodologies that will best support our students and put us in the best position to create an equitable environment for all of our staff, because I agree with you, they should not have to search for resources. And it shouldn't be, and I think you said it very well, and I'm going to highlight that point, it should not fall to which schools have picked the right types of resources or not the right types of resources. It can't be haphazard like that. It has to be very intentional and very structured. And some of this is because we adopt new programs over the years, but we don't weed the garden, right? So I heard something a long time ago that says you can't grow something new in the garden before you weed out the old stuff. And that's very true in education. We have prior adoptions that have come and gone, and yet we never pulled it out. And because those resources remain within the classroom or within the school setting, people go back to them because they're comfortable, not because they're the best option.
Well, some of them are very comfortable and have seen success with them. And so to give that up and say, now you're going to do another intervention, they've seen success with the old intervention and they want to hang on to that.
And that's not what we're doing either. It's a great point of clarification. We're not just taking away something. If something's proven and they have data to support it, that's being evaluated for retention. So we'll have multiple options for intervention. And reading's a great example
Right.
of where you need at least 3 different tiered interventions so that even as you go through the RTI process and students are getting core plus more, or ultimately need a specific intervention, we have options for our schools. But we have to rein it in. We can't have 50 different options. We need to have 6 to 9 different intervention options so we can consistently support them through training and other resources and allocation.
Do you do separate progress monitoring for those students that are going to move ahead? Like how would the teacher progress monitor a child who's a grade level behind in a certain area? Is it going to be additional to the progress monitoring they're already doing?
Yes. And so essentially it shows where that child's academically performing. However, that child would go into the next grade level with a plan for supports. So the best example I can provide you is, let's say reading, literacy is a concern. That student in particular may get 4 days of reading intervention, whereas one of their classmates may only get 2 days of the reading intervention. It's tiered based off necessity and the level of need. So that's what we're asking schools to do. Because again, you can't just expose students to next grade level content. There are some examples where that does work in a spiraling curriculum, especially at middle schools with mathematics and other content areas, but those are a little bit more, they're unique.
Thank you.
It's a complicated conversation to have, quite frankly, in a very short period of time that we have remaining.
I am intrigued,
Fortney.
though, and so we might have to have a one-on-one. Because this has been one of my things, you know, the person leaves, again, my world of science, and they were trained on XYZ or Kaplan or whatever, and the next person came in, didn't even know what the material was for, what the equipment was for. It's the same kind of thing. And, you know, if we find stuff that works, you know, our teachers are good with it, I can honestly probably speak for the majority of them, and please don't buy anything else and have me get trained on it, and then I'm the only one doing it because we've lost everybody in the hallway. You know, that's so frustrating. And it kind of sounds like what you're talking about, based on what Ms. Miller was talking about with progress monitoring. Oh, it's been well over 20 years ago. Ms. Everett, you may remember. We used to have to do IAPs.
That's correct.
And this is what that sounds like. Is that correct, Mr. Hyde?
Yes, and you will get it, yes, ma'am, it's closer. And you will
Closer.
get a much more robust explanation of interventions. Again, starting at the next board meeting, because
Okay.
it's important for us to start
I'll let it
mapping
go.
out. Our core mission is to educate kids. In order to educate kids, we have to make sure that we have a campus that's safe and conducive to teaching and learning. But we remain true to our core values, which is core education. And there's a lot that goes along with that. And I'm excited to share our progress data this year. But Mr. Green and the team, I know, are excited to outline for the board how this progression of intervention will work and how we're supporting our schools with great intentionality. And it's not that it didn't happen before. Again, I always feel bad that I say something and then somebody may walk away feeling like I'm being disrespectful to what's taken place here before. I'm just excited about what we're doing and that it's going to have an impact on kids. And I think this year's data clearly shows that we're moving and trending in the right direction.
Agreed.
So it's exciting.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Ms. Everett.
Sorry.
No, don't be. Good conversation. At this time, I'd like to bring Ms. Chandra Hall, Senior Director for Equity and Diversity, to the front. I'd also like to have her joined by Mr. Brian Warren, Associate Superintendent for Human Resources. They'll provide an annual summary of our annual equity report. Board members, and I would thank Dr. Allen, who pointed out early on, we seem to have some reporting issues this morning as it relates to this report. It does not show or reflect the appropriate number of school-level principals. So Ms. Hall and I spoke at length about that issue. She's working to resolve it, but we pull the data from multiple sources, and so we're trying to figure out which is the best source to get current information. I can assure you we have more than 108 building principals in Polk County Public Schools. So we will refine this further and get the information back to you. We are confident as it relates to student-level data, but as far as administrative staffing, we need some time to go back and make sure that that data accurately reflects our current employee numbers. So, thank you.
Thank you. We're here today to bring you a summary of our annual equity report. As I begin, I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to the many hours of work that Ms. Hall and Concheryl Adams put into collecting the information and revising it for our review and ultimate submission that we're going to look at today. The equity report is comprised of 7 parts. I'm going to briefly go through a summary of those, and then if there are any questions, Chandra and I would be happy to entertain those at the end. The first part of the summary deals with procedural requirements. It's a review of our standard policies regarding equity and discrimination, anti-harassment, and communicable diseases. There have been no updates to those policies, as there's not been any that have come legislatively or otherwise, so there are no revisions to Part 1. Part 2 deals specifically with pending actions, and at this time, Polk County Public Schools has no on-site compliance actions to report, and updates to the monitoring work plan are included in this report relative to the data and the steps to see progress in the future that we're going to review next. Part 3 deals specifically with evaluation of methods and strategies. And in this part, I'm going to summarize the fact that when we look at AP and dual enrollment, while based upon evaluation, progress is not evident across the district. However, there are some highlights at specific schools that have been noted, and we celebrate those. We are very pleased to report that with specificity to our Level 3 courses, that the largest academic increases are found in Black and Hispanic students enrolled in honors courses. Overall, in the area of all 3 level courses, which include AP, IB, ACE, dual enrollment, and honors, from the 5-year goals of when this plan started of 17-18 to the current plan before you of 2021, there has been steady improvement in that regard for the Level 3 coursework, and we're pleased to report on that. I will next move to Part 4, which is the gender equity in athletics. This is a part of the plan where the team monitors access at all schools that offer interscholastic sports. We have 19 schools that presented action plans relative to their programs. As you heard previously in the work session today, we're very anticipatory and excited about the new additional sports that have been presented and approved in previous board meetings, as we believe those will provide additional opportunities and accesses for by race and by gender. Part 5, employment equity. This is where, as Mr. Hyde reflected in introduction, there was an update to some of the data, and we are pleased to present that we have 31% representation for principals, and that representation being Black and Hispanic. The updated data reflects a 46% representation for our assistant principals and 30% representation for our teachers. If you go further to summarize our guidance counselors, there's a 46% representation for that group. And if you took all of the individual data collected for executive cabinet, superintendent's cabinet, senior directors, and directors, we have an average of 25% representation, so we're making progress there. In this particular section, I also want to talk about the recruitment initiatives that have occurred and are occurring. As we gathered data and metrics looking back over the last year, we had 6,600 people who attended one of our recruitment events last year, either in a virtual or an in-person event. And I will tell you, if you reflect on the data, one of our largest attended events was a Hispanic festival. The way that our recruitment department is reaching out is through social media, through handshake applications, text campaigns, virtual district fairs, recruitment videos, exchange teacher programs, international exchange teacher programs. And it was exciting to read about a partnership with Florida Southern, Southeastern, and USF in a leadership collaboration where they came in and they came together to evaluate ways that we could recruit and retain staff. Additionally, job fairs, interview days,
and then the utilization of virtual interviews. I will next move to Part 6, which is single-sex schools. And at this time, there are none operating within Polk County Public Schools. And the final section of our equity summary is Part 7 for pregnant and parenting students. We have data that we've collected over 5 locations, and it's very exciting to read some of the great things that have happened over the past year there. We have had 2 teen parents that received turnaround awards. 1 teen parent was placed 3rd in a national HOSA competition. 5 of those teen parents received honor roll recognition, and we had our teen parent program featured in a national magazine called Parent. So we're very pleased of the successes we've seen. We know we have some grows that we're working on. You'll see those indicated in the strategies and the methods as we look ahead. Chandra and the team that she's worked with have tried to establish goals and mechanisms that are measurable and provide results. I want to also say that I'm very excited about the collaboration that we're starting to see across multiple divisions and departments for a concerted effort from hiring to how we provide access to students to access these courses, down to, in fact, how we're reviewing students and scheduling them and evaluating their participation in these classes. And again, in summary or in closing, Ms. Hall, do you have anything you would like to add as well?
I think you've covered quite a bit, and thank you so much for that. I just want to emphasize the collaboration. First, let me say thank you to Mr. Hyde and his leadership team for placing an emphasis on equity and access. I've seen an increase of opportunities to collaborate. Mr. Green invited me to be before principals this past year, so I did some training there, guidance counselors and student services. We've also been able to conduct some training there. So thank you again, because as leaders, what we place emphasis on, our stakeholders will value. So thank you so much for that. I think he covered all the data pretty well. We want to, the equity report though, and I want to emphasize this piece as well, has to do with making sure we close gaps. So when we look at gaps, there are quite a few, and being transparent, that's something we're digging and diving deeper on. So for example, ELL has a 37-point gap with acceleration participation. I've been speaking to our ESOL department, and we are working on a collaboration to increase those numbers as well. And that's just one of many. This is a very extensive report, and again, Brian did a great job of summarizing it, but it's so many pieces there. So thank you.
And board members, just as a refresher, this is when we had our workshop about strategic planning, you had agreed to let me drill down deeper into our performance data to break it out by gender and by socioeconomic status and by race, because I think it's incredibly important that we focus on those things rather than the totality of a number. We've got to look at the parts that make up the whole. Ms. Miller, I believe at the time, had a great point, an example where, you know, the graduation rate is good, but amongst our students who have exceptionalities, it's not, especially for certain groups within that group. So we have to drill down with a high level of intentionality and specificity. I'd also thank the board again for allowing us to move one assistant principal at each one of our high schools to really focus on, as you recall, we moved at least an 11-month or a 10-month assistant principal to the position of head of school or head of program with intentionality, because now each one of them has to submit a program improvement plan, their own version of a school improvement plan as to how they're going to address these disparities with recruitment efforts, retention efforts, and the percentage of students who are successfully completing. So that's what we're tracking now with a high level of specificity, and you'll see the baseline numbers in the next month where we're starting from and what our goals are. I think we agreed minimally to see a 2% increase across the board. At least that was the goal I established for myself, knowing that we're kind of setting a new baseline this year for the FSA or statewide assessment. But for other areas like ACE, AP, IB, that's not the case, and we need to make sure that we're tracking and looking at each individual student group so that we don't leave anybody behind in this conversation. Many of you have heard me say publicly, you can have an A-rated school, and yet there is a significant percentage of kids at an A-rated school who aren't reading on grade level, but we don't focus on that because they're an A. And this allows us to get at this with a high level of intentionality. So I'm pleased and very, very grateful to the board that allowed me to make that shift so that, and again, it's more accountability for me and my team, but at the end of the day, that's what we're hired to do. So thank you very much. Ms. Miller and then Ms. Fortney.
I'm hoping that the previous presentation will help with this, because I've met, especially in our migrant programs, I've met some students that within 2 minutes of conversation, I knew they were gifted.
Yes.
But no one had introduced the programs or the advanced classes to them, and their parents didn't know what to ask for. So I really would like to see a collaboration with that staff to help connect those students early on to these higher level coursework, because it'll take them further after they graduate if they're exposed.
And we have done some work with that, and we will continue. The acceleration office, Mr. Warren was there at the time, but we did a few outreaches virtually with some community partners, and that is one of the strategies that you just mentioned in the plan. So where we would need the most help too is helping to make sure that those strategies and action steps are monitored.
Do we promote staff? I mean, I know sometimes staff are afraid to say, they don't want to give too much input, but we have a gap for students, either socioeconomic or language barrier, where they don't know what to ask. I would love, I've seen teachers kind of hold back. I would love for our staff to be comfortable enough to say, by the way, your child should really apply for these programs.
Mr. Hyde hadn't heard it yet, or maybe I might have mentioned it, but we talked about doing personalized invitations from administrators and possibly.
Nice, I love
Mr.
that.
Hyde. So that's just one strategy through collaboration that we came up with. Another piece would, and I forgot what you asked, but another piece where you were talking about making sure the parents know what to ask and the teachers know what to speak on.
Right.
That's another strategy that has been entered, that teachers will give input, and we won't just look at the traditional methods of entering students into programs. We can go on teacher input, and those are some ways that we can think outside of the box.
To try to capture that demographic of children who haven't been exposed to this.
Yes, not traditionally selected for those programs.
And we've been working behind the scenes with the vision to onboard something on our website that would be a resource for our families with videos for the group that you just specified, that would provide them information on how to access these opportunities that they may or may not be aware of. And we've actually, in committee, we've had various students represented that have graduated from some of the programs that you've seen in here with the data collected, saying, hey, you can do this, and it was a really good opportunity for me, and give it a shot and reach out to your guidance counselor otherwise. So we're working to try to provide more access opportunities for those folks to say, hey, get involved and come try this. It's for everybody.
And I think the student testimonials are important. And a letter from a librarian or a principal to a parent that said, listen, I think your child would succeed, because most parents just don't know what to ask.
So I'm proud to share, and again, we're getting at a lot of things that you were going to hear in the near future. And I'm not going to overuse the phrase, but there's an app for that, or at least there's an app that's coming for that. And it started with a conversation that I had, and I'm trying to remember who brought it up to me. It was a parent, actually, and so I said I would steal the idea. So their struggle was they didn't know, even though we offer a lot of school choice, they didn't know what fit their child's best. And that once they knew what their child's interests were, and as parents we intrinsically know what our children are interested in, that there wasn't a way to filter our school choice options or our program options, and that is what we're working on now. So families will be able to essentially take their child's profile, even a student could do this, enter it, and then they'll get a list of schools that have programs, more importantly, academies, that align to their interests. And so that way they can start to develop a plan. And this goes back to just this. How do we start early on? Yes. And you recall this from the Cognia feedback when we renewed our accreditation successfully in year one. That's one of many accolades in year one. But you'll recall that one of the recommendations they made was creating a post-secondary culture, not necessarily for college-bound or career-bound, but how do we instill in students in the elementary grades some goals to attain and work towards, and programs that they have an interest in. So that's where it started with a school choice option, and now it's kind of grown into exactly what we're talking about here. How do we encourage students based off their aptitude and their attitude to point them in the right direction to coursework and support them to be successful? And we have a lot of examples of where that has been proven to be the case, that these students just need an opportunity and with some supports, and they will succeed, they will thrive. So I'm proud of the work that our staff do in that regard. Ms. Fortney and Ms. Fields?
I just want to, I know this was a mandate from the Florida Department of Education. And, you know, it's probably one of the better things because it does force you to try to close those gaps. Or not force, but makes you look at the data to see the gap and try to figure out how to close the gap. I mean, they even give us the templates to fill out, correct?
Yes, they do.
Right.
But to emphasize the gaps, I do a separate spreadsheet for myself so that I can actually zone in on the discrepancies.
Well, I had a constituent ask me for some data similar to this, and when I sent her what was sent to me, with permission, of course, this will take me a while.
Yes, I have to drill a lot deeper. The template is very simplistic, and how it's formatted, actually, you won't be able to see what you need to see unless you dig deeper, which is what Mr. Hyde was just referencing.
Right, exactly. So she was very impressed. And also, as far as the recruitment, Mr. Warren, I know we are trying our darndest. I'm curious, out of the over 6,000 folks that we didn't necessarily interview them, right? We just.
Yeah, they attended an event where they contacted us.
Right.
We engaged with them.
Do we have a number on how many we actually were able to hire?
Not at this time, but we can get that for you.
I'm just curious.
Yeah. We can get with Mrs. Solano to figure out what those numbers are.
Just curious. That was it for me.
Ms. Fields, and then Dr. Allen.
That was one of my questions about the hiring. How many of the folks that were a part of the job fair did we hire? So that's one of the questions. But, you know, every year we come with this data, and it is always disheartening to see that our black students are at the bottom of the barrel. And I know that we have strategies in place, and those look good. But how are we going to ensure that it's going to be monitored and that the strategies that we have in place are done with fidelity? I mean, our kids deserve that. I'm happy that we're seeing an improvement in honors classes, but dual enrollment in advance, we're just struggling still. So I don't know who needs to answer that.
I will tell you very simply, accountability. I think in educational systems, we're really good at creating plans, and then we put them on a shelf because everybody looked at it, everybody authorized it. School improvement plans are that. I mean, let's be transparent. We create these plans, we talk about it, and then we get distracted by the day-to-day operations. And so we are actually holding people accountable. It goes back to the PIPs, the program improvement plans. It starts there. It goes back to the school improvement plans. We are monitoring, we're inspecting what we expect, and that's the case, that we've got to be diligent in that regard. We are going back to doing additional trainings every year. Ms. Everett is going to be pulling counselors out of their schools to make sure that we're training them and giving them the tools that they need to emphasize these things so that we see an increase in students being given the opportunities that otherwise they don't. And it's not because I will defend our staff from the reality that in many instances we've talked about staffing and the staffing allocation model. That's our reality, is that one guidance counselor for 1,000 students does not make for an efficient, effective system. And so things get dropped. We're fixing that now. And as a result, we can't just keep embracing these and kicking the can down the road to say, well, this is our plan, this is our plan, this is our plan. Much to your point, Ms. Fields, and the board should and must hold me and my team accountable to make sure that we're making progress towards those goals. As you have. Historically, we've made significant progress in this regard, but we have a long way to go. So it's one thing to celebrate our accomplishments, it's another to own and be respectful and be honest about how far we have to go. So those are the unique strategies that we have in place. There's nothing new. It's setting the expectation, monitoring the expectation, and holding people accountable when it doesn't happen. I had a conversation with principals last Thursday, and I'm going to talk about this in a few moments when we talk about the school performance data. We had an amazing year. I don't care what the detractors say. When you see all the data in a few moments, it's incredible what our teachers accomplished last year. But at the end of the day, none of us are satisfied with being ranked 56th, 54th, 58th. And we're committed to making sure we don't score again, at least in your next year. We want everything to be below a 50, minimally. You've got to start somewhere. And we talked with our administrators that there are a lot of reasons why students cannot be successful in a classroom. poverty, abuse, neglect, language barriers. And those are all very real issues. But we've also shown across the district in multiple schools that despite those same challenges, many of our schools aren't just succeeding, but they're thriving with those kids. So we have to recommit ourselves. There's a lot to do here, a lot to do here. And I, for one, do not believe that our students are less than anyone else, because that's really the last remaining excuse, is that people are going to stand up and say, it's okay for us to be ranked 58th in reading proficiency in the state out of 67 school districts, because, well, you know, Polk County kids can't do that. I, for one, don't believe that. And nobody else in this room believes that. None of you go through what you do every single day, committed to excellence in this school district, and ask the tough questions and do your homework, and you all ask some very difficult questions at times, but your commitment is sincere and true. And so is that of our educators. So acknowledging our success, but then also acknowledging where we're deficient and pushing is okay. And so that's our strategy. We're going to identify it, we're going to be very open about it, we're going to make it a goal, and we're going to make progress towards that goal, or I'm going to be held accountable, and so will others. And that's the system we have to have. It's a shared commitment. I'm not going to blame teachers, I'm not going to blame COVID, I'm not going to blame poverty. That's done. We've got to move forward. We've got to focus on what we can do for these children. And that's why our theme this year, and you all got something on your desks today. The one side has our PCPS logo, but on the back side it says one thing, one simple phrase: the kids are waiting, because they're tired of getting excuses. And so are their parents. We've been kicking this can down the road for so long in public education. We know the realities of who walks through the door. And you know what? We still have an obligation to serve them where they're at, based off their needs. And so I know I'm committed to the work. So it's a great question you asked, Ms. Fields. I'm sorry. I do get a little bit emotional because I'm committed to the work, and we all are. And we deserve a lot of credit for the work we've done, but we've got a long way to go, in all sincerity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Allen?
Thanks for your emotion, because I know we can as well. And I want to draw attention to the 100% graduation rate for teen parents. I thought that was great. I'm a result of that. My mom was 15 in Bartow when she had her first. And then at 17, she had me. And so I know we can, because we've all gone through some similar things. So thanks for sharing that, Superintendent Hyde. I want to draw attention to, you know, as we set our aspirational goal for next year as it relates to the dual enrollment, where'd we come up with the 3%? And the reason, I think we were pretty stable with the AP, IB, and ACE. However, when I looked at the dual enrollment, you know, 1920 and 2021, we had a pretty steep decline. So even if we got that 3% rate, we probably wouldn't be at where we would be, say, 2 years ago. So I'm just curious where we got the 3%. Can we maybe push that one a little bit more? Because I would say, you know, not that every student's going to pursue higher ed, but the dual enrollment AP courses, I was just looking at my daughter's unofficial transcript this morning and seeing those credits that she's bringing into her first year make a difference. And I'm thinking about, as I'm advising with students, one of the very first graduates coming through a new program that I've been working on graduated from Lake Gibson. He brought in 28 hours. And that allowed him to then pick up a dual major, computer science and interactive and game design. And I see more students like that as well. So, you know, I see the value of the dual enrollment, AP, IB, ACE, can save students, our students, thousands of dollars, you know, with maybe a semester graduation early, or even a year could graduate, or the potential to pick up a double major and the value of that. So, you know, I see some opportunities to grow in that. And I think what you're alluding to, Superintendent Hyde, is as far as drilling in on that data, you know, I'd be intrigued to see what the result of, let's say we have, you know, this percentage of students that are taking AP courses, but what's the percentage of students, Ms. Hall, that would be gaining a 3 or higher on AP? And then how does that break down per school site as well?
That is
I think that's
absolutely
really
captured in
good
there.
data.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So 3% generally is considered to be a very aggressive goal, because when you think about the overall numerator denominator, 3% in a community, let's say if just a third of our students are high school age, that's a pretty aggressive goal. I mean, we're talking several hundred, if not thousands, students that have to meet that expectation to make that jump. So 3% in most instances is considered a fairly aggressive goal in this regard. I'd like to go back and look at the data, because while the data shows some decline, I don't know if that's because we offered fewer courses. We may have had fewer staff who met the criteria to be eligible to teach the dual enrollment on campus. Transportation, more often than not, serves as a barrier to dual enrollment, especially when students are going to a college campus. So I think we need to do a little bit more. This triggers the analysis that has to follow. What's the why? How did we get there? And so I can bring that back to you in a future date.
Okay, great, thank you.
Ms. Miller, then Ms. Fortney.
I mean, it was very inspirational what you said. I just want to go back to, you made a good point about reports and things that are required that kind of just get shelved. And in my community, the BPI was required for every school, but I can walk into schools where people just go completely ghost on me when I even say that, because they knew they had to fill it out and it's on a shelf somewhere. But how are we incorporating that into the strategic plan for that school or into the strategic plan for the district? There's a lot of those requirements, and I don't know who. I think I want to make it easier for the principals, because they're all doing that already. They just have to report it. But then how do we use those tools for the principals to be held accountable for some of those things?
It's part of their evaluation instrument, respectfully. Additionally, we are trying to consolidate a number of those plans, because what we don't want is for people to believe and embrace them as disparate plans. Well, here's my ELL plan. Here's my school improvement plan. And then the district turns around and develops well, we don't have to do it anymore. You used to have to do the DIAP.
Right.
We have a DAC committee now that we've reseated individuals to, so we'll be bringing a lot of those things to them. But that, to your point, we have to consolidate all these things, because that's where we lose focus, is we see them as disparate systems instead of essentially a playbook on how we're going to make sure students are successful at the end of the year, and how we're going to adequately support our staff to make sure that's attainable. And there's a lot to that. So yes, ma'am, we are looking to streamline the process. We will look to seed the data for them in many instances, so that they look at a pre-populated template and they're not worried about having to do the math behind it. I'm more concerned with how they problem solve.
The practicality.
That's correct.
Right.
That's the goal. So let's lighten the burden a bit. And so those will be strategies that we're working on to lessen that burden on them and let them focus on what matters most, which are the initiatives and strategies to support change.
And thank you for that, Mr. Hyde, and the last two questions. Thank you for those. That is part of the work that we're moving farther away from just compliance and having those opportunities to collaborate. Mrs. Adams and I both come from the school-based arena, so we know how busy it can get at school. So we're trying to make sure in our positions that we are reaching out and doing the collaboration. We've also talked about before the equity, because traditionally we would just get the information from the departments, right? Plug it into the plan. Over the last few years, I've been providing feedback on the goals, because just like a school improvement plan, you want to make sure those goals are actionable. You want to have a timeline. So understanding those pieces, Ms. Adams and I are going to be intentional about meeting far before we get this information from them and asking, hey, how are you doing? Provide some feedback ahead of time instead of waiting until the end to get that feedback.
And I want to say how important that is, because the last time, or I first got on the board, the school improvement plans for each of our schools come to us. And I had a school that was very low performing, literally blanks, copy and pasted in the wrong areas. And I thought, either one, you're overwhelmed, or two, you just did this because it was required and there's no intention to any of it. And so trying to help them with that and see the intention in it, and then holding them accountable. BPI is best practices for inclusion, if you don't know that. So that's just one thing. I mean, there's multiple areas, but I want to ease the burden on the data collection, but also those were created for a reason. It was legislation for a reason. And so holding them accountable to that is the other part of that.
And just answering two pieces, the state will give us the data on it. It just doesn't break it down. So we can assist with that. And then I forgot what you said.
That's okay. I think it was the intentionality of all of those forms. No, you look beautiful.
Yes.
Just the intentionality of all those data pieces,
Yes.
like using those, and who's responsible for that.
Right, and Mr. Hyde spoke to that about the accountability, so we appreciate hearing that we're gonna have some more assistance with that.
Ms. Fortney?
Well, Superintendent Hyde, I appreciate and share your passion. Of course, I had the pleasure of sitting next to you, so I can see it and feel it in your whole body. And I've sat through trainings from Mrs. Hall, and they are quite good. They do connect those dots. The one thing I really, really, really like about this whole approach is that we are inspecting what we expect. And for so long, the expectation was to check the box. And there was hardly any inspection to that and then application to that. So, you know, that to me is very, very important.
Thank you.
And I want to clarify this, without the gotcha, too.
Yeah, right.
It creates the opportunity for coaching. It creates the opportunity for improvement. It creates the opportunity for us to identify where the gaps are and how do we best support. And I shared this with our administrators last week. Lest anybody be misled, my job is not the most important job in the school district. That of building principals and classroom teachers are the most important jobs in our school district. I have the obligation and I have the opportunity to lead and to provide them with what they need to be successful. And I need them to remember that change happens so much better and quicker at the school level and the classroom level than it ever happens at a district level. We are the proverbial battleship in a bathtub. It takes us forever
Turn around.
to committee something, to make a decision, bring it to a workshop, do all those things. Whereas the building principal can sit down with their faculty and talk about data and say, we're going to try this, we're going to do something different tomorrow. Everybody try it and give me your feedback, and if it works, hurrah. If it doesn't, what are we going to do differently again? So my job is to give them what they need. And part of that's telling them what the goals are and holding them to that expectation, as you do me. And that's a shared responsibility we all have. So we're all committed in excellence to our students. I'm proud of what we do, proud of what we've attained, and I'm proud that this is the group moving forward leading our schools. So we're going to have another great year.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Mr. Pitts is up next. I don't have a soapbox for this one, so you're good. Mr. Pitts is here. As you recall from the last board meeting, the last group to be addressed is what we call the NUG group, or the non-union group for salaries. There are a lot of different employee groups that fall within this. This was the last of essentially salary cleanup, with the exception of the issues that may still pop up from time to time that we somehow may have inadvertently missed, but I believe we've addressed all of those. This is also, as we shared last time, where the cafeteria managers reside, and other administrators, so it's important that we identify that. So Mr. Pitts, and it's all yours, sir.
Okay, I'm going to take a second to get this file to pull up, but I am excited to leave here today and tell my parents they were wrong when I was a teenager. They told me I could not make money or get a college scholarship from playing video games. They have been corrected today. We'll try to get this pulled up on the screen here. So I had provided.
It looks like one of those old school video games right
Yes,
now. I'll
it
just
does.
give you that.
Yes, exactly.
I had provided a document to you late last night, and I apologize for getting that so late to you. So there's a summary page to that, and then there's some detail page to that. And there's 3 sections that we're going to cover today, and none of this is on the board meeting tonight. So based on your comments today, we'll come back at the next board meeting and have a final plan. But we're going to review some job description changes, the overall salary increases for non-union folks, and then the last thing that I'm going to ask about is adding 4 new positions. I'm up there. All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Now, the job description changes, when Mr. Hyde came, he had asked for all job descriptions to be revised, updated. So over the next 2 to 3 years, we're going to be coming back every couple of months to you and trying to address these issues. Unfortunately, we can't do it all at once. We don't have the money to do it at once, so it's going to take a couple of years. The first job description change has to do with 7 registered nurse preventative ed technicians. They are on the non-union salary schedule, and their pay has increasingly become less attractive for folks that are for RNs that we have in the teacher salary CBA. And also, as you all are aware, that those nurses right now is a very lucrative position to be in. So what we're asking you to do is to approve their pay scale. So I'm sure that you've probably been out and looked at our non-union salary schedule. When you go out there and look at that, it's got salary grades and then all the positions that qualify under that salary grade. These nurses, they're the only ones on this salary grade. And what I'm asking for is to increase that scale by about $7,000 to $9,000. For instance, they are currently paid between $37,000 and $47,000. And if you approve this, the increases would be a total of $56,000 and a new range of $44,898 to $55,331.
Mr. Pitts, just to clarify, it would be an increased cost of $56,000, correct?
That is correct. That would be the increased cost of the district. And I'll just continue going on, but as you have questions, yes.
Is this going to change? Do we still contract services? So these are the people that we're hiring. Is this going to help us hire more and not contract? Do we contract nurses out? Or
These are current RNs who work with Lori Allen and with the group, Audrey, and support our schools, and they teach the health curriculum as well. These are the ones that push in to deliver that rather than our core teachers at the elementary grades. So these are not contracted
So the
staff.
people that we use for student services that are RNs, are those contracted?
Some of them probably are, considering the shortage, yes, ma'am.
Would we use this salary to hire our own if that's, or are we going to still look to contract that service?
We're talking back to the RNs that we're not talking about here. We would like to hire as many as
This
we.
is the RN salary, no matter if they're teaching a classroom or if they're delivering
that's
meds
kind of
in
my
a center
question.
school, right? Is that what we're saying?
No,
Okay,
no. I guess, let me.
okay.
These are just these 7 specific folks
Are
that
the
do.
teachers?
No, they're not teachers.
Are they instructional?
They do instruct the health curriculum classes
Okay,
or curriculum. And then they oversee quite a few schools on the nursing side.
okay.
They do all the training, et cetera.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Fortney?
Yes, all the other nurses are in the CBA for teachers.
Okay.
What about our two-year RNs? Where do they fall on this?
I believe that these folks may be 2-year RNs. I may be wrong.
But you're
on
crossing groups, so I think it's
That's what I'm
important.
curious.
We're not going back and looking at, so if you're asking about RNs who may fall under the PEA contract,
But they don't, right?
nurses do. These are people who are specifically assigned to this department and perform a separate function as in the role of an RN. We don't employ a large number of RNs. Most of our employees are LPNs, if I recall correctly. So there are contracted services for RNs, just as there are for speech therapy and others, because that question's been asked. However, I'd have to go back and look. So if your question is, if this were a school-level RN, what would their salary schedule be? I believe that's already been addressed, but I'd have to go back and look at it.
Do you understand my question, though, sir?
I don't. I thought I did, but when you asked that, I know I didn't. So
In the teacher
So,
contract.
no, wait, hang on. So please, what is
Okay.
the question?
Do we have RNs that fall under the CBA as teachers? Yes or no?
I believe that there is an RN lane within the PEA contract, yes.
And do we have any that fall under health education or the other job titles that you're talking about right here that fall in some sort of donut hole that aren't part of the CBA and still won't get this salary increase?
No, it's only these folks here that are in that donut hole.
That's correct. Everybody else has been addressed, because if they're in PEA, remember, minimum starting salary went to 47.5. So
Even the two-year RNs, right?
I
Okay.
don't know what you mean by 2-year RNs. You mean employed by us by 2 years, or have a 2-year RN license?
It is the education side. You can get an
Yeah.
RN, registered
Right.
nurse, by having a 2-year degree.
Correct.
There you go.
And also on the LPN side of the house, there were some salary grade movements within the teacher CBA.
I just don't
language.
want to cut anybody out. That's my point. Leave somebody behind. No teacher left behind.
that is-
No
that's-
nurse left behind.
The sad reality is, right now, that's happening within all the contracts with compression. So
Right.
that's where that argument's going to come to fruition, which is, how
Okay.
was that addressed? And we, as I shared, there's a plan to address compression
Got it.
next school year. And I'll speak with Ms. Yocum further about establishing committees to start going back to step and lane conversations with Mr. Pitts and Ms. Jenkins. So there is a plan in place to address that. These are the people, to Mr. Pitts' point, that when everything's said and done, we identified that still have not been addressed.
Got it.
That fall within
That
this
was my
group. We
question.
believe that we've satisfied all of the other positions to date, with the understanding that in an organization this large, with this many job descriptions, and understanding that we had never approached it this way with a comprehensive review of all job descriptions and position allocations, that there's bound to be something that somebody will bring to us and that we will work in
Got
swift
it.
time to address.
That's all I needed. Thank
Yes.
you, Mr. Hyde.
Yes,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Mr. Pitts.
Sorry, it took me a minute to understand. I apologize.
I'm not a good
No, you're
person today.
fine. It's me. Go ahead, Mr. Pitts.
I saw Mrs. Fields' hand up. You got it, okay.
Last meeting, I wanted to make sure that everybody was touched.
Yes, ma'am. We
and-
believe we have.
And you're saying that you have.
At the end of this, I believe we're good.
Yes, sir, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pitts.
Okay, I'll move on to the next few. Items 2 through 5 all have to do with food service, non-union food service positions. We would like to upgrade the salary scale for the food service managers, which starts at $21,145 to $27,793. This will cost a total of approximately $775,000, but will not come from the general fund, it will come from the food service fund. So these folks would see between a $6,800 pay increase and a $9,000 pay increase, depending on where they are on that scale. And I know that's been the board and the superintendent's desire, is to work on the food service salaries in particular.
I had a question.
Sure.
How does this relate to other neighboring school districts?
This is very competitive. In fact, Rob Davis and Katie worked on gathering information from other districts, and this is very competitive to other districts.
Thank you.
Very competitive. Yes.
Hello, in the, let me see what section it is. The food service manager section, the second to last line item on that one, it looks like, it may be a typo, but it looks like the salary increase is very, very different from any of the other ones. So I just want to make sure that that's a typo and not anything else. On the site, it's on page, it's on the last, nope. Yeah, it's on the last page. It's the second to last line in that top section. Where it looks like that one's only $1,000 increase and the rest are significantly more.
The second to the last,
Yes.
if, I used the order that the information was given to me, so it wasn't necessarily broken down. That was the one that was out of order in the number of steps.
Okay.
If you see they have a step 5 and the others in that range are on like step 26 and 29.
Okay.
So it's just out of order.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions? I'll move on to the next item.
Ms. Miller?
Go ahead.
I want to just say, I appreciate this. This is what the biggest thing when we go out to schools and these people are doing the majority of the support work. And when we did the $15 an hour, it took those managers to making sometimes the same or less or a little more. So this is going to help with morale. And I think just keep those people encouraged that we are working to make sure that we are sending dollars to them. So thanks, Jason Pitts, for staying up super late and sending that report.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I have a general question, Mr. Hart.
Ms. Fortney?
I know that, and this is probably for Jason, are we still letting bus drivers, if they want and stuff, when they get to their last run in the morning, go in and do lunch duty and all that stuff at our schools?
We will be signing another MOU to have that continue.
Okay, because I think that was very positive as well. It
Okay.
just made me think. I'm all over the place today. Bing bong.
It's okay.
Squirrel.
Got to make the connections, that's okay.
All right.
All right, item number 3 concerns 2 school nutrition support specialists. They are currently on a salary grade 15.1, and we would like to place them on the very next grade, which is 16.1. There would be a total of $10,000 that would also be supported by the food service fund and not the general fund. Item number 4 has to do with one particular school nutrition support specialist to a new position called senior technician nutrition, position grade 17.1, which would be a 2-level increase for that pay scale. And that would be an additional $17,884 for that particular employee. That will be paid for by the food service fund and not the general fund.
And this is based on the new job description, right?
Yes, and I will send that out. I did not have that last night, but I will send that out.
So
you
there's
can
more
review.
work,
Yes, there's more duties,
more duties?
yes.
And I'm going to ask just, I don't know, maybe it's just me. Have we always done salaries out of the food service fund as far as not the general fund? Or is this something that we've done hand in hand along the way, or?
We are allowed to charge positions to that food service fund, so
Okay.
they've always been funded out of there. Now, we do try to take a look at, just because of where our funding comes from, doesn't necessarily support what a person's salary is,
Okay.
meaning over the overall organization.
That's my question. Okay.
So we try to keep that in mind,
Got
too.
it.
Okay, I'll move on to number 5. We're going to upgrade, we would like to upgrade the supervisor school nutrition from a salary grade 17.1 to 18.1, which would be a total of $10,754 paid for by the food service fund, not the general fund. Those are the positions that deal with food service. Item number 6, we have one position in PEF that is an administrative secretary. On the file that I gave you, it says administrative security. Unfortunately, my spelling corrector didn't correct that one because it was a real word. But anyway, it's an administrative secretary. Now, this is a gentleman that runs the AmeriCorps program over for PEF, and he's been listed as administrative secretary for many years, and that is just not really what he does. So what he does is more in line with the senior coordinator, and that's this request, is to is to raise his position to a senior coordinator that's found on salary grade 20.1. And that would be a total cost of $25,810. Yes.
Ms. Fields.
Is that position normally funded by us? This position, or is this new dollars being charged? Are you understanding my
I
question?
want to say that it's not, I think that's one that we don't reimburse for, but I will need to follow up, because there are several positions that we do pay for, and there's some that we don't.
Ms. Jenkins, if you could look into that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other? Yes, Ms. Miller.
Yeah, regarding that position, I think one thing that PEF prides itself on is telling all of our donors that the dollars they're giving goes to students. So I would like to know that as well, because I'm not for pulling stuff out of their budgets when we can fundraise based on sharing with our donors that they're not giving to administrative fees, they're giving directly to our students. Thanks.
Okay, the last item for the job description changes, number 7 is to change the status from non-exempt to exempt for our executive assistants. Additionally, a 1-step increase, since they will lose the ability to earn overtime. So the Fair Labor Standards Act gives some specific checkpoints that you have to check off on whether a position can be considered salary or hourly. And for a secretary, this can only happen if they work directly for the CEO of an organization, which Mr. Hyde is the CEO of our organization, and you are really the CEO for Yvette Vega. So these two positions would become salary, but I would like to give them a 1-step increase to offset their ability not to earn overtime. Yes.
And I just want to comment on that a little bit, because Yvette approached me earlier this year and asked if that was something we would be interested in, because they were moving Wendy in that direction. Yvette is probably one of the hardest working people I've ever met. She, I think, has more comp hours than anyone else ever. Just maybe she competes with Wendy, but I mean, she's there well before she needs to be, and stays way later than I try to send her home most days that I'm in there, because she's been there too long. But so this will give her a little bit of more flexibility with just making sure that she doesn't have to keep track of her hours this closely, because I know she gets a little bit stressed about it, because she wants to make sure that we're able to cover it. So cover the office. So that was kind of the reasoning behind it from our standpoint.
Any other questions on that section? If not, we'll move on to some really good information for all of our non-union employees. For our school-based administration, which is item number 8, our recommendation is to offer a salary increase to enhance the existing schedule by 1%, and then move 2 levels for assistant principals and principals for a total salary increase of 3%. So when I mentioned that to enhance our existing schedule, we'll move up the schedule so that if you go out there and look at it now, level number 1 will be gone, and we'll just be increasing our starting salary. The only problem when we do this is that it causes a little bit of issue when we have folks coming in from the outside, and when HR has to place them on the appropriate scale. That's why we're offering a mix this year of kind of a COLA increase, 1%, and then a 2-step increase based on the level that they are at. The total of that cost is $518,299. For our non-union professional technical staff and district administrators, recommendation is to offer a salary increase to the existing schedule by 1% and a movement of 1 level for a total of a 2% salary increase. Additionally, due to the issue of the $15 minimum salary required by the state, salary levels 15 16, and 17 will have an increase in their hourly wage to $19.50 for salary grade 15, $20 an hour for salary grade 16, and $20.50 for an hour for salary grade 17. This results in a minimum, all of this results in a minimum 2% increase for all salary grades and levels. Now, the folks that are in those other salary grades, 15, 16, and 17, they're going to receive somewhere between a 7.5% increase to a 35% increase, kind of depending on where they are on that particular salary grade. But we're going to have an issue with folks making very similar amount of money because we just don't have the funds to move everybody proportionately. And we'll have to address that over the next couple of years. So that total for the general fund, that total is $1,922,327. And all of these changes result for the general fund in a $2.5 million increase. Any questions before I move on to the last item?
What does that put our percentage of fund balance if we?
It's still that 4.4
Okay.
that we talked about. That's still within that 4.4.
And just to help explain a little bit how that can be, again, the way we approach this nowadays is we set aside a pot of money, establishing a safe threshold, and then we allocate certain dollars to each bargaining unit based off the total number of employees and how do we create equity and parity across all of them, so, and address these issues simultaneously. So that's why the number doesn't change, is we had already counted for these dollars before we brought a proposal before you.
Okay, then our last item is a request to add 4 positions in the ERS division. 3 of those will be used to help install cameras, digital video cameras, and I'm also asking for a IST help desk type of trainer to train those administrators on that equipment. These cameras work over our internet, our network, and they're a lot more complicated than the old analog videos that we used to have. And since Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting, we have invested quite a lot of funds, most of it grant money, in additional cameras. Where we've been limited is on staff to have these cameras installed. So this is truly a security measure here to get the rest of these cameras installed so that all of our schools have the same camera system.
So to explain further, part of our security enhancements is a commitment to making sure that all of our existing protocols function. Door cameras work, all of our camera systems work, door buzzers work. And so to that extent, we are actually reviewing cameras on a regular scheduled basis. I won't disclose how frequently. And then any camera that's inoperable, pointed in the wrong direction, is clouded, or is starting to give, or isn't providing an upload, my expectation is they're replaced within 48 hours. So the only way to attain that was either to contract out the service or to go to more employees internally. As we explored contracting this out, no one was willing to guarantee us the turnaround time that we expected. And so it made sense. The IT department, Ms. Pasco, and a team evaluated this and made this recommendation to Mr. Pitts. And so I just wanted to give a little bit further explanation as to what they're going to be doing, because it's incredibly important that we make sure that all of our systems are fully functional and operational. So this is door alarms, door buzzers, door cameras, and all of our security cameras. These 3 additional technicians will be freed up so that as we evaluate those and those come across the help desk as heat tickets for repairs, they're done as a priority. This is not something that can wait a month. This is something that must be done immediately. So that's the request. Ms. Fields?
So I guess my question, and Mr. Jason, you might have answered it, when are we going to see job descriptions for these new positions?
I will get them to you immediately, so in the next few days, I will get all of these job descriptions to you. Now, this item number 10, those are job descriptions jobs that we currently have, but on a couple that I mentioned earlier, I'll get you those job descriptions within the next couple of days.
Thank you.
Ms. Fortney?
So the four that positions, those folks are already employed in the district?
No, they're not.
We have
They're-
to hire them.
We have to hire them, but their job, we already have folks in those positions. These are just hiring additional staff. Yes.
That will be dedicated only to what you just said, Mr. Hyde.
Yes, ma'am.
Got it.
Yes, ma'am.
I also wanted to say that when these items come back at the next board meeting, I'll have a full salary schedule, these salary grades that we talked about, so you can have a look of those before you approve it at the next board meeting. And if staff that are watching this video, please do not call HR or payroll at the present time and ask what your new salary is going to be. I say that because they are programming in the new salaries, and they have to it takes time to do that. And I want them focused on making sure we can get these adjustments put in the system. The ones that we talked about today will not happen until September, as we're focusing on our union agreements to get those at the August 30th paycheck. But we will have forthcoming information that lays out exactly what your new salary is going to be.
Thanks.
Yes.
When you
Ms.
say
White.
they're in the September, is that the mid-September or end of September?
I will say
I just know we'll get questions.
we typically do it at the end because we have a few folks on the semi-monthly and then folks on the monthly. We have historically just done it when they all get it at the same time.
And that will be retroactive to
And it'll be
July 1st,
retroactive to
correct?
July 1st.
Correct.
Thank you.
So the board will see this at the next meeting, and then that gives them approximately 6 weeks to process everything in time for that last payroll period in September, retroactive to July 1st.
Thank you.
It's intentionally staggered because it's just too overwhelming if we tried to bring all three groups simultaneously. So,
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Fortney?
I'm just curious, I mean, I don't begrudge anybody getting a raise, and God knows our administrators earn it. But how does this compare to the teacher raises percentage-wise? Just remind me.
The teachers will see at least a 2% increase. So overall, it's right in line with what the teachers are seeing, unless there was some movement on pay grades within that para or teacher contract. But all of our employees will be getting a minimum of 2% increase.
If you take the total number of administrators by the cost of the raise that's listed in here, and you divided it by the total number of administrators, I think you'd get a better sense of, to address your question. But it is commensurate with that of what we've paid out to other groups. What Jason did and what the team did, and I commend them on being very creative, rather than just offering a raise or moving the base salary too far. What they did was they're just moving people in progression on the steps, and that's the right way to do it at this point, until we can convene those committees to address these issues at scale. And that's really what needs to happen next. And I know I've had this conversation with several of you. What's the plan to address, the fact that there was compression? And that was compression, just to be completely clear again, was not something the district initiated or had any control over. The state was very explicit in how funds could be spent, and we adhered to the letter of the law. We're very fortunate now that we've met the threshold of $47.5 and the $15 an hour minimum for our AFSCME group, which had to be done no later than October. So we were very grateful we were able to do that, and that's really on the backs of the team that's sitting before you today. But, and kudos to them and everybody from both collective bargaining units. But at the end of the day, what it does is it positions us well for next school year. So when that allocation comes through, as a school district who's already met that threshold, we will be in the best possible position to advocate for increased flexibility of those dollars. In fact, we're going to do that throughout the session this year, so that for school districts like ours that have already met that threshold, that the entirety of those dollars can go in to address compression.
Thank you.
That's the plan. But we do have to reconvene committees to have conversations about what the schedule is going to look like, how to best address it. And because I know, and many of you do, we hear it all the time, that's the biggest point of frustration amongst individuals is, I've been working for 10 years, and somebody who's working 1 year makes the same amount of money, if not, than I do. And we get that, but we are limited to a certain extent what we can do. And I think what we've done now over the period of less than 14 months is pretty incredible. When you add the first round of raises plus this round of raises, we're looking at 4% minimum across the board for all employees. Moving base salaries to $47,500, 2 years prior to our original deadline, moving all of our hourly employees minimally to $15 an hour, and then for those like drivers who are already at $15 an hour, making sure we move them commensurately. I mean, there's a lot of work that went into this, and financially, it was a heavy lift, but really the team, especially the financial team, because Lord knows they didn't rely on my math to make this happen, but they did a great job. And we're very creative, and that's the one thing I'm proudest of the team, is that we've adopted a philosophy. I need a slow yes rather than a fast no. We can, like you heard me say earlier, we can come up with a lot of excuses why we can't do something, but we've got to be more intentional about our practice to find a way to get there. And I'm very proud of the work that they've done, as I've said. So thank you, Mr. Pitts and Ms. Jenkins and everyone else involved. Ms. Miller.
Thanks for referencing the staff, the raises that you talked about today, but just for clarification, the 2% for teachers, have they seen that, or when will they see that?
Those raises that were approved at their special session, they'll see it in their August 30th, or the end of August pay.
Thank you.
Retroactive to July 1st.
Ms. Fields.
So, Superintendent Hyde, excuse me, can we have talking points as it relates to this?
Absolutely. I'd love to give you talking points, because I think when we look at it in isolation, going from 1 year to the next, a lot gets lost. 4% is 4%. It's not just 2%. I mean, it's really the perception shifts, right? And I think it shows that we've operated in good faith to try and put the dollars where they matter most, which is in front of our students and staff, so that they can have the greatest impact. But yes, ma'am, we'd be happy to provide you with the summaries and all the talking points that you can share with your constituents and stakeholders as they ask those questions, or even employees.
Right,
because it's important that you have that.
When we had a conversation the other day, you and I, it was very clear. You
Yes, ma'am.
explained it the way that you did just
ma'am.
a few minutes ago, and it made sense. But I just think that we all need to be saying the same thing and have the same message.
And again, we were able to move everyone. It's just going to, and I appreciate Jason reiterating that, we're going to keep moving, but it's going to take time. And I think that's a respectful way for us to manage our finances as well.
Correct.
And now the presentation I've been waiting all morning and all afternoon to provide, and it's our school performance summary. So a couple quick things before we actually get into the summary I think it's important to clarify. A couple things. Number one, the school grade or district grade did decline to a C. However, we were a C last year had we accepted a district grade. We chose not to accept a district grade. We did accept specific schools. Anyone who was exiting DA, any school that improved a letter grade, we accepted those. But the reality of it is the year 2021 is our baseline year. I've been asked the question quite frequently, why aren't we looking at 18-19 data when we talk about school grades and performance? Because it's no longer relevant data. When you think about 2018, 2019 data, the vast majority of those students who are at a particular school level are no longer there. They've moved on. Elementary's gone to middle school's gone to high school, and some of those students have already actually graduated, as you know. So it's more relevant to look at, again, establishing an effective baseline moving forward, knowing that last year, had the state not believed that last year's data would have mattered, I can assure you the state would not have expended all those dollars to administer a test. And they did. And we tested our students, we did it faithfully, we did it diligently, and we received our data. And we reported it as such. We embraced the data for what it is. It's a starting place for this conversation. I want to start by congratulating our third grade teachers across the district, no matter who they are. They did an amazing job. And there's some really good, impressive points here. Of 67 school districts, traditional public school districts, only 11 school districts saw their third grade reading scores go up. We were one of the 11. They didn't go up by 5 points, they went up by a percentage point, but they went up. They did not decline. And again, this is a good example of why we can't make excuses. If there was a group of students in our system that should have, could have, would have performed less than expectations, this was the group. These were students who were in first and second grade during the most essential foundational years when they're learning literacy and numeracy skills, had every excuse not to thrive and be successful, and yet we saw improvement. Not only did we see improvement, we saw us close the gap with the percentage of kids coming in third grade who scored at level 1. And so if we have fewer kids scoring at level 1, it means we have more kids at level 2 who are ready to move to level 3 with appropriate supports moving forward. So I'm very pleased, and I want to say congratulations to all of our third grade teachers and everyone else that supported them, because they did an absolute stellar job last year. You saw that 50 school districts across the state of Florida actually declined in their overall reading proficiency for third graders last year. We did not. The state saw a decline in overall reading proficiency last year. We did not. 60% of our 84 eligible elementary schools saw a decline in the number of students reading at level 1. That's impressive. 12 of our schools had more than double-digit increases in the number of students reading decreases in the number of students reading at level 1. That's a good thing. Fewer kids scoring at level 1. 11 of our schools saw a 5 to 9% point decrease in the number of students scoring at level 1 again. 48% of our 84 eligible elementary schools saw an improvement in the number of students reading on level 3. 15 had a double-digit increase in the number of students reading at level 3. 13 schools saw an increase of 5 to 9 percentage points from the prior year's group, and 6 schools had no change in their students reading at level 3. So it's time to look at, okay, how did we perform overall? And again, while I'm incredibly proud of the work that was done, and that is something to really take to heart, that group of students did well, and our staff did an amazing job, we still rank 5th as compared to other districts, with the understanding that several districts tied for second place. So our overall ranking, our overall proficiency being at 48% for that group, which was a 1 percentage point improvement, we are ranked 5th from the big districts. You do notice, and I know that historically we've oftentimes compared ourselves to surrounding districts. For the sake of argument, I no longer do that. We're no longer at the kids' table for Thanksgiving. We're one of the 7th largest districts in the state of Florida, and I'm going to compare us to them every single time, because if they are achieving at a high level, as many districts are here, we need to be achieving at that same commensurate level. And we continue to grow as other large districts are hemorrhaging students. And so it will not surprise me in the next 5 years if we don't move from being the 7th largest to the 6th largest to the 5th largest in the state of Florida. It would not surprise me one bit. So I think we need to embrace that and embrace the competition that this brings, that we need to do a better job in certain areas. We did have better third grade reading scores than 2 other districts, Duval County and Manatee County. We do lag behind 5 districts, as I said, Broward, Miami-Dade, Orange, Palm Beach, and Pinellas by an average of 4 points. The most important as it relates to our strategic plan and our goals, our academic goals, those metrics, we lag the state by 5 percentage points. It is our expectation that we will close that gap. We need to at least attain at the same commensurate level as students are across the state. So we're chasing everyone this year, and game on as far as we're concerned. School grade summary. Again, our schools did an absolutely amazing job. We had 7 schools earn an A grade with an improvement of 4 from the prior year. We doubled the number of A schools. We were one school away from doubling the number of B schools, and yet keep hope alive, because Spessard-Holland is just 1 point away from a B right now. And so as we work through and we analyze their data, as you know, there's an appeals process, an appeals window that allows us to address any school that received an incomplete, or we believe that their data and students that were counted may not accurately reflect their actual test scores. So we're scouring that data, and if we find that student or students, we will submit that to the state and ask them to amend the grade. So we're very close to doubling the number of B schools. 63 schools earned a C grade, an improvement of 20 schools from the prior year. The number of D schools was reduced by more than 57%, going from 42 D schools in 2021 to just 18 D schools in 21-22. The number of F schools was reduced by more than 87.5%, going from 8 F schools to just 1. It's important to note that all 8 F schools from last year improved. 5 went to a C, 3 went to a D. The only F school we have this year is a new school, and we are putting every effort and resource behind that school, and I'm committed, I'll say it here on the record, that school will be a C. No ifs, ands, or buts, no excuses, that school will be a C. And it's not about a numbers game. We've got to put the right resources and supports in place to make sure that that school can attain. And that's where they've performed previously. So minimally, we expect to see out of that school. 3 schools improved their grades from a B to an A. 1 school improved its grade from a C to an A. 7 schools improved from a C to a B. 1 school improved its grade from a D to a B. 25 D schools improved their grades to a C. The number of D and F schools combined declined by more than 62%. And 50% of the 14 schools, or 7 of the 14 schools that remained in differentiated accountability last year, exited, including Griffin, who was facing closure. But that school absolutely, hands down, rocked it. They did an amazing job, and they deserve a lot of credit, as does everyone else. It's also important to note, zero, of the schools that exited at the end of Ms. Bird's tenure, as I transitioned in, you recall we exited 6 or 7 schools that year as well. I believe it was 6. Not a single one declined. Every one of them sustained their performance, McLaughlin and everyone else. So kudos to them for maintaining that level of support and that intentional focus on academics and our students. Here's a 2-year comparison, because sometimes writing it all out and bulleting it doesn't come across as strongly as a graph can. So the number of A schools doubled. We went from 3 to 7. B schools, 7 to 12. C schools, 43 to 63. D schools went down, as they should, by 24. F schools, all 8 exited from last year. We have 1 new F school this year. Schools that may change, and this is what you heard me talk about before. We have 2 elementary schools within 1 point of getting a C grade. That's Davenport Elementary School and Loftman Oaks. 1 school, Bartow Elementary School, is within 1 point of an A grade. 1 middle school is within 1 point of a C grade, and that's Lake Gibson Middle. 4 schools are within 1 point of a B grade, Bartow High School, Carlton Palmore, Floral Avenue, and Spessard Holland. Only 1 school is an F at this time, and you've already heard me address that. Schools with an incomplete. We presently have 5 schools that received an I grade or an incomplete from the state. Typically, that's because they did not satisfactorily test 95% of their students. We're in the amendment window. What Ms. Riley Hawkins and her team now do is they work with the Department of Education, and they identify students who did not take the test, and they keep adding them into the numerator denominator. Obviously, they don't get a score. And they keep adding students until we hit that 95% threshold. We resubmit the data, and if the state approves it, the schools will be issued a grade. I'm proud to say that Tenor Rock High School right now, as we go through those calculations, we estimate that that school will earn a C once the state approves that's our submissions. Winter Haven High School will get their C. They were an incomplete this year. Alta Vista Elementary School will be a C. Laurel Elementary School will be a C, 3 points away from a B. Just 3 points away. That school moved the needle. And Polk East School received no grade last year. We're going to petition that they be issued a grade, even though they did not hit the 95% threshold, because they saw an incredible increase in the percentage of students they tested. They went from 60, I don't know if Sandy's here, I don't want to misspeak, but I believe they had almost a 20 percentage point or an 18 percentage point increase from the prior year in the percentage of students testing. And as you know, that's a difficult environment to get everybody to show up and take the test, especially given everything else that was going on. So we are going to ask the state to issue a grade. It's important that we recognize the schools with the greatest point change. And I shared this same presentation with our building principals, not to create competition. The only people they're in competition with are themselves, because we work in service to our students. And the population and their needs changes every single year. A new group of kids comes through the door. And it's not fair to compare last year's 3rd graders to this year's 3rd graders, because they're not an apples-to-apples comparison. Each is an individual. Each has a specific need. But I do want to highlight schools with the greatest point change from a prior year, because we should celebrate those successes. And we should hold them up. And what I hope our principals do is they start picking up the phone and calling those schools saying, what did you do? What am I not doing? You know, to create competition amongst themselves. And we have a very interesting way we're going to recognize and reward these schools. Ridge Community High School improved from the prior year by 108 total points. Jewett School of the Arts improved by 109 points. Carlton Palmore improved 113 points. James Sykes Elementary School improved 114 points. Walter Caldwell Caldwell Elementary School improved 116. Denison Middle School improved 118. Sandhill Elementary School improved 121. Spessard Holland improved 126 points. Cleveland Court Elementary improved 127 points. And Bartow Elementary School, or Bartow, excuse me, Elementary Academy improved 133 points. They were our top performer as far as points change. Each one of these schools, we're starting a new tradition here in Polk County. Each one of these schools will receive a championship belt funded by one of our sponsors. And the belt will have a tag on the side that shows the year and the school name. And the top 10 will be acknowledged and recognized every single year, and the belts will rotate throughout the district. In all honesty, if they're competing for that belt, God bless them. I just want them to compete to make sure they do the right thing in their buildings to support our kids. But work should be recognized, and they did an absolute amazing job. As again, I cannot let it go without continuing to commend our third grade teachers who just absolutely rocked it this year.
Is that 10 belts elementary or 10 belts?
No, ma'am, it's the top 10. Sorry, my sponsor would only go so far.
I'm just already plotting.
They are legit belts, though. I'm pretty impressed by them. So, and I tried to stay away from the sports team, but we just couldn't figure out, other than a trophy that rotates. You know, I want to be able to wear it out and congratulate and do a pep rally with their staff and celebrate those things. So I think it's a unique strategy. We'll see how it goes. The principals seemed excited by it. So, Ms. Miller.
Yeah, we have some fantastic work here. I just have a couple of questions because I don't understand how this works. And you tried to explain it to me, but the average person probably has lots of questions. So our schools within completes are adding students who do not have test grades. How does that affect the score? Wouldn't it make it go down?
It does.
Okay.
It absolutely does, because they don't get any credit for any scores. But it gets them to that 95% threshold. So every one of those students essentially is scored as if they got a 0, even though that doesn't necessarily exist, right? So they got a 0, and you're adding it into the numerator and denominator until such time as you hit 95%, and then you recalculate based off their existing known scores.
Well, I'm very proud of the fact that you can do that and still come up with a C.
I am too.
So,
I had one more question for you.
sorry.
I'm just kidding. The new high school how does it work when you have like Davenport? They're going to have their first senior class. Is there grading? Is it different to grade the schools that don't have like McLaughlin's adding? This was Fortney's question.
So assessment and accountability
Okay.
clarified for me. Davenport High School got a D this year. Part of the problem for Davenport High School is they don't benefit from the graduation rate calculation or the
Right.
acceleration rate. The state does have a modified formula that they grade them on the 8 to 10 components.
Okay.
However, when you take their current score and you take just the district average for graduation rate and acceleration, they would easily be a C.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't want them to get penalized for not having, but they do kind of in the whole.
They'll have 2 years of that, because even next year they won't have a graduation rate, so they'll add in some components where they can, but it's the problem with a school when you phase in and you roll students up. It's the risk you take. But again, they're far from being a D school, and I think everybody there in the community would agree. Actually, in fact, I got a lot of angry emails from parents.
That's the other thing. Are we explaining that to
We
community
are.
members? Okay.
We are. We put some in. Mr. Geary was tasked with providing more information to our families, posting it on their website so that the principal could share that information with his stakeholders, because they have a lot to celebrate when they're in the areas that they did test on. I want to go back. Yes, ma'am.
I
Ms.
was at
Fortney.
a Northeast Chamber meeting the other day, and somebody said something about if you looked at the ninth graders, over 40% of them didn't even go to a Polk County public school, like prior. Like that's the new people coming in and the growth kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And even at, some of our traditional schools, you get 150 kindergartners, and by third grade, you're testing 25 of them, because they've moved on and done something different. I just want people to be aware of that,
That's the price that comes with growth. As I said, we're up over 6,000 students for this year alone, projected enrollment. And at the end of the day, those students came from somewhere, and they're not, as you know, all kindergartners. So there's a reality that we don't know where students are coming from or their backgrounds, but yet again, we can acknowledge that.
Right.
But we have an expectation to move things forward. I wanted to go back to the district grade, because I think it's important that we highlight some things. In 2018-19, that was the last reported district-wide grade, we had a B with 598 points. Last year, had we accepted a district grade, it would have been a C, and the total number of points would have dropped by 63. So we would have gone from 598 total points down to 535 points. This year, we rose back up to 572 points, so we regained 43 points that we lost. We are well on our path and well on our trajectory to regain that B and keep the momentum going. Again, the overall percentage of points earned, and if you recall, the state of Florida calculates the total number of points you earn for each category, and then they break it out by the percentage of points possible, and then that becomes the cutoff for how district and school grades are issued. So in 18-19, we earned 54% of the total possible points, and we had a B. In 2021, we earned 49%, so we dropped 5 percentage points from the prior year. And we earned a C. Basically, we would have earned a C. In 21-22, we went back up to 52 percentage points, the 52% of the total points eligible. So we increased and improved 3%. We're 2 points behind where we were. Now, 2 percentage points there as far as total points available, as the Assessment Accountability Office will tell you, that equates to a lot of kids. And so we have very aggressive goals moving forward. And I know that part of this is, again, as we acknowledge and celebrate our successes, the question becomes, okay, what are we doing for the schools that aren't improving or didn't improve or that we have concerns with? And I'll start with Ms. Fields and I'll go back to the presentation. Okay. So we are identifying them as focus schools. And these are schools that have been identified for additional support, not only based off their school grade, but based off the trajectory of their data, based off concerns that we've identified, shifting demographics, high turnover, so we have a lot of novice teachers going into a building. These are all factors that we take into, more importantly, Mr. Green and the regionals take into consideration, and they develop the focus schools list. Based off those focus schools, we prioritize our staffing supports. And I'll go back to one school that I should have acknowledged in a moment, because they really deserve a lot of credit too. Additional intervention and support and training, additional progress monitoring and supports. This is not a punishment. When you get additional progress monitoring, it's not punitive, it's not evaluative. It's how are we going to address this, because we need to increase the frequency of tracking and monitoring our student data, and I was able to share with you the impact that RTD had in just 6 to 8 months, and it was pretty significant, the impact that it had. Not in all academic areas, but in several it did. And for a short period of time, just to have piloted it in a handful of our schools, it shows that that process works. And in academic interventions and supports, I had a conversation with Mr. Green about how we're going to utilize our UNISIG dollars so that we can put additional interventionists in these schools, fully released, a science coach so that we can focus on those science scores, because those are lost opportunities, or missed opportunities, I should say. So here are the schools listed by regional. Dr. Ben Henry has Dixieland, Dr. Annie Roberts, and again, I want to point out, these are not schools that were picked because they're simply a D or an F. These are schools that we're picking because we feel they're fragile, we feel that there's a change, we feel that there's other factors that draw our attention to there. Edgar Paget, James Stevens, Kathleen Elementary School, North Lakeland Elementary School of Choice, Rosabelle Blake Academy, Socrum Elementary, and Willow Oak. Miss Beth Nave has Davenport Elementary School, Eagle Lake, Elbert Elementary, Garden Grove, Horizons Elementary, Lena Vista, Loftman Oaks, Polk City, Sandhill Elementary, and Juanetta Elementary School. Ms. Barnes has Auburndale Central Elementary, Crystal Lake Elementary, Fred G. Garner Elementary, Frostproof Ben Hill Griffin Junior Elementary, Griffin Elementary School, Inwood Elementary School, Jesse Keene, Lake Ship, Oscar J. Pope, Palmetto, Philip O'Brien, and Spook Hill. Ms. Rebecca Rollerson, I was asked this question by some of you, or at least one of you, about who's covering middle school, high school. So Ms. Rollerson, as you see here, has the majority of our middle school, secondary schools: Bartow Middle, Crystal Lake Middle, Denison Middle, Stambaugh Middle, Lake Gibson Middle, Lake Marion Creek Middle, Shelley S. Boone Middle, Sleepy Hill Middle, Southwest Middle, and Westwood Middle School. Ms. Tracy Collins has our high schools: Davenport High School, Tenorock High School, Kathleen High School, and Lake Region. Lake Region is our only D high school at this time, because I'm excluding Davenport for obvious reasons. Davenport's getting support simply because we want to make sure they continue to sustain what they're doing. Tenorock, as I said, is a C, or should be a C based off our calculations. Kathleen High School is a C, but we want to make sure if they're close to that bubble, we're going to continue to provide supports. And the plan is, for many of these schools, we will have somebody on campus almost every single day. Not in a punitive measure. They're not just walking classrooms and pointing fingers and saying this and this, this. That's not the goal. The goal is to take in the data, walk our buildings together, identify areas of support and need, and then work collaboratively to ensure that we're making adequate progress for both our staff and our students. This is inclusive of truancy data. This is inclusive of disciplinary data. All the factors, again, that play into how a school can perform. We now have truancy officers, and we have a great focus here moving forward. But I'll acknowledge that our progress to date has been good, but we have a lot of work to do, and you heard me pontificate about this earlier, and it does get me choked up because we're better than this. And so I'll just leave this table up here very briefly. You see the history going back to 2016. I did have a request from a board member. I did provide you historical data going back at least 10 years. But you'll see, and I think this next graph shows it best, we're very flat. We're very flat. And we're better than this. We are. And we need to own that. And we got to put our effort into ensuring that this is not our continued trend. And there are great pockets of success. And again, I hold up our schools this year who did an absolute incredible job with all the distractions and all the reasons why they could have given up. But they didn't. And yet we got to make progress towards this because, again, I can tell you there's no chance in heck that we're ranked 58th out of 67 school districts in math proficiency. Nobody can tell me that our kids can't do mathematics or that our kids are less than. It may be attitudinal. It sure as heck isn't aptitudinal. Every single child that walks through the door has abilities. We just have to tap into them and give them the resources they need. And more importantly, we need to support our teachers so that they can teach without disruption. They can teach and feel supported and they feel valued in their profession. And yet, you see here, the only area that I would embrace and say I'm happy with is civics. We're ranked 33rd in the state. I don't know how you get ranked 33rd in the state in civics and then turn around and you're ranked 59th in U.S. history. I don't understand that, but because there should be a correlation between those two. But again, we've got a little bit more analysis to do, and this is not blame because everyone, as you've seen, is working incredibly hard. Now we have to combine working hard with working smart and giving them the resources they need, and we're going to thrive. And people will turn around and say, where the heck did Polk County come from? Because we never saw that coming. That's the goal. So I appreciate your time today. We've run way over. I know that some of you will have questions, and we've hit this other topic so many times. I was simply bringing it back today to show the board the steps that parents will follow. I will go ahead and finalize the presentation materials with Mr. Geary. I'll send the board a copy so you see what's going out to parents to walk them through the steps of the book selection and making their choices. So there's no vote on that. There's nothing else coming before the board. We've talked about that topic ad nauseum for the last 6 to 8 months, and I think we've managed the process very well, and that's it moving forward. So we ran a good hour and 15 minutes over time, but obviously I'll answer any questions you may have about school performance data. Ms. Cunningham.
I just want to say kudos to you and your team. We selected you just a little bit over a year ago to come into our district, and we were looking for this type of leadership to take us to the next level. No, I know we're not there yet, but all the signs are showing that we are definitely progressing in the right direction. It's amazing to look at these numbers. Truly, after the COVID and everything else, like you said, there's every reason out there for our kids not to perform, but despite the odds, they have. And the reason they have is because they have incredible teachers in those classrooms who care and give 120% every single day. But I will say, and always have said, leadership starts at the top. And so I just want to say thank you to you and your team that you have put together, some wonderful people, your cabinet, and everyone else, because if you don't have the right captain leading the ship's not going to go in the direction that you want it to go. So thank you, to your family, because I know there's a lot of sacrifices on their part for you to do what you do. But I, as one board member, feel truly blessed that you are our superintendent, and to see these kind of numbers in 1 year, to me, is amazing. So thank you to you for your leadership, and to those out there that teach in the classroom every single day and make a difference to these students. Because without the teachers doing what they do best, we would not be here. We would not be seeing these numbers. So I thank everyone, essentially, because this is so encouraging moving forward for our district. And as you said, people are going to say one day, wow, Polk County, really? I didn't realize they could do that. Guess what? I'd put our kids up against any kids nationally because they have the ability. It's just tapping in to what ignites them, inspires them, and gets them part of, like the presentation Mr. Talbot gave. Kids have to have a reason to belong and a reason to want to go to school, besides all the nonsense, is what I call it, that's out there in the world distracting them. And so the more of these type of opportunities we give, the more we're going to continue to move the needle forward. So I just want to say thank you, sir, for all that you've done. I, as one board member, I'm so very appreciative.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Fields?
We were told by the former superintendent that our scores, our grade, was not be what it needed to be in 2021 because of COVID. And what we're hearing from a lot of outside noises is that we're making excuses. COVID happened. It impacted us. It still is. So it's not an excuse, it's factual. We are making progress, and we will come back. But I think that it's important for all of us to remember, for a couple of years, we were going in the right direction. And then COVID came, and because of that, you know, we had a detour. So I just think that we need to celebrate, embrace. I am very proud of the Polk County Public Schools, and I say that often. Our staff and our students and their families work extremely hard each and every day. And so, to me, looking at one measure of success is not the real story. The real story comes each and every day when we go into the classroom and see the heavy lift that the students and the teachers do for us, for them, actually, and for our community and for our world. So I'm proud of what we have done. Thank you for the information that you shared. And I think that we're going to continue to go onward and upward. And I think that the best is yet to come. I just want to make sure, because I hear too often that we're trying to make excuses. We're not trying to make excuses.
I would challenge anyone to look at the data presentation we just made and claim that we're making excuses. It would have been easy to sit on our hands and done nothing all year and taken the grade and tanked them and let them flounder, and more importantly, let kids flounder, which is not what we do. That would have been making an excuse. Well, COVID hit, so we didn't take the test seriously again, and we didn't deliver instruction, yet none of this data supports that. Not a single data point in here. And I went across every possible data point. We didn't hide anything. Not a single thing got missed in this. And so, to anybody who would make that argument that we're making excuses, show me how that level and that significant amount of improvement justifies that comment. Because it doesn't. And that's why I take this so seriously. I am not in public education to collect a paycheck.
Correct.
I'm in public education because I care about children, despite what some people want to say. Amen. And I would challenge them to prove otherwise, looking at my history and my track record and my resume. And it's not about me. You keep hearing me say that. I push my team forward every chance I have because they're the ones that make the work happen. And our teachers do, and our bus drivers do, and our cafeteria managers do, and our food service people do. It takes that collective effort to make this magic happen every single day, and it is absolutely magical what happens in the classroom every day. So I do get frustrated when I hear those comments, because you know what that is? That's an excuse. That's an excuse that people use to take pot shots at something they don't understand and that they don't truly respect. And so, again, I'll go toe-to-toe with anybody in a discussion about this issue, because nothing about our performance data last year substantiates that claim. So
And I agree, 100%. Thank you.
Yeah. And Madam Chair, on that note, that concludes the superintendent's workshop presentation today.
All right. Well, thank you, Superintendent Hyde. We have a few information items. Were there any questions on any of the information items under Section B for the work session? Okay, if we can run through tonight's agenda. And I will start with special recognitions. I believe, Ms. Vega, can you remind me who is stepping down? Ms. Fortney is stepping down. We will then have approval of minutes. Any questions on Section D, approval of minutes? Any questions on E through J for consent agenda items? Yes,
have a
ma'am, Ms.
question.
Fortney.
E through J, you said?
E through J.
Sorry, it's on K.
It's further down? Is that
Yeah.
what you said? Okay. K through, we'll just do K.
Anna Woodbury Elementary.
Can you give me the number on that one, Miss?
I'm sorry, it's number 13.
Thank you.
Castilda Building 3. What is that? Thank you. All right.
Thank you. Any other questions on Section K, facilities for the consent agenda? Okay, any questions on Sections L through M? Any questions on Section N, learning supports?
I had 2 questions on that.
Ms.
Number
Fortney?
4 and 6.
The Orange Tree staffing and Princeton staffing?
Yeah, I don't ever remember see Orange Tree staffing and Princeton staffing. What is that?
Ms. Castle, are you familiar with those?
Okay,
So there
that's
are-
fine.
I think there's 6 contracts on here, if not 7. for
Right, I just had
SLPs.
never heard of them.
I'll find out, Ms. Fortney, before this evening, if those are newly issued contracts, or if those are
You can just let me know.
organizations we've contracted with
I mean,
previously.
if you
Yes, ma'am.
approved it, I'm good. I just was curious.
Okay, any other questions on Section N for the consent agenda? Okay, Sections O through P.
I would just like to say something about number 6, Madam Chair.
Is that P6?
P6.
Okay.
I just want everybody to understand that we purchase our instructional material from an approved depository by the state. We don't pull them out of dark closets.
Thank you, Ms. Fortney. Any other questions on Sections O or P? Dr. Allen?
I just want to draw attention to the dual enrollment articulation agreements. This is typical, right? And I was just going back to our earlier discussion around dual enrollment. How are these agreements propagated, I guess, would be a question that I'd have, that these courses through South Florida State, Warner, are accessible to our students?
That is correct. So the contract assures that we would have access to these courses so long as the student qualifies to be placed in there and take them. We do contract, as you see, with multiple entities. I mean, we have 12 local colleges and universities, and the reasoning for that is it allows us to establish relationships that are closest in proximity to the high schools and provide us as much choice and flexibility as possible.
All right.
Thank you. Any other questions on Sections O through P? Okay. Any questions on Section Q, our action agenda? Right, and then we will have our public hearing for the tentative budget and millage rate. And this is the same that we do every year. It's based on exactly what essentially the script we're given. Just to confirm, Wes or Jason, those will be multiple motions. It looks like it's 5 different motions. Okay, are those in there individually as motions, so we'll be able to vote on the computer for each of them? Okay, thank you. And then we will have superintendent's report and attorney's report. It looks like we have 1 motion to advertise a public hearing for your report, Wes. Okay.
Just for the record, there'll only be 1 motion, but we did have a request come in last month that was not in time to make the agenda. So we went ahead and advertised the public hearing for August for the policy updates, of which you're already aware. And I'm just going to announce that for the record that we did that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, and the auditor's report, and you have a report for us this evening. Awesome. And then we'll have board members' reports. I will start with District 1 tonight, so I don't want to throw Lisa off. That way you can prepare, and then we'll move on to public comments. Any questions on the agenda? Okay, I have a couple things for housekeeping. The first would be that it is July, so we have just closed out our most recent fiscal year and need to do our evaluations for Superintendent Hyde, which will be his first one. Ms. Vega will be her first one with us, and then, of course, for Ms. Matthews and Mr. Bridges. Last time that we did them in a digital form online. Are we okay to move forward using jot form, or do we want to go back to the Excel file? I personally enjoyed the jot form, but I just want to make sure that that's okay with everyone else for how we did it. So I'll get those, the newest, make sure that Ms. Vegas and Mr. Hydes are both on jot form, and then we'll launch those this week. It'll be your same username and password as before. It's your school board email address. So just when you go to log in, if you forgot your password, it'll let you send you a new one to that. Yes, ma'am.
If we use the same format as before, and if we want to do the evaluations after hours, are we going to be able to access that? Because if my memory serves me correctly, Ms. Yvette had to give us access to the document.
You should all have access now. It'll be the same username and password from before. If for any reason you can't get in, it'll still be under your email address, your school board email address. So if you type in that as the username, it should give you it gives you like a forgot my password button that it'll send it to your school board email to
So we
reset the
shouldn't have any
password.
problem
So you shouldn't have
accessing.
any problems.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
If you let Ms. Wyatt know,
Yes.
we'll make sure IT circles back around.
Yeah, if you do, feel free. I am up late every night, so feel free to text or call me anytime.
All right, I'll do it.
The one other thing on the superintendent's evaluation is he presented us a potential evaluation tool in December that we discussed using. I will send it back out to the board this afternoon between our meetings, just so that you can take a second look at it and know what's coming. But again, that's an updated tool that he brought forward in December. It's been a little while though, so I just wanted to make sure you all have it fresh in your inboxes to see kind of what we had agreed to then. The next thing is that Superintendent Hyde has indicated, sorry, Cunningham, yes.
What is the timing?
So that is a great question. So
Yes.
I'll get it into jot form by the end of the week so that you can start next week filling them out. Can we have them done by the August school board meeting?
No, ma'am, with school starting, I can't do that. I would have to request like the end of August in order for me to complete
Okay,
mine. I'm swamped, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
I thought our meeting was like the 29th in August, so that's kind of when I was thinking, but
Okay.
let me double check.
Yeah, I live by the calendar, sorry. Yeah, and I'll be out of town that week. So if I could do it by perhaps the 1st of September or the end of that first
Okay.
week. Second, I could do it by that Friday.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
If we could plan to have it done by September 1st, then that'll give kind of a couple days, and we can make sure that we have them all by the first week in September to our staff. So September 1st, is everybody okay with that?
I am, and I'm requesting hard copies, please.
Hard copies, yes, ma'am. So is everybody good on evaluations? Any other questions? All right, so the next thing is that Superintendent Hyde had asked to look at some dates to go hold extra work sessions to go over the following topics: insurance, legislative, budget, and staffing. We're proposing it using our next 3 work session dates as making them 9 to 4 p.m. as opposed to normally they're 9, I believe they're advertised 9 to noon. And he feels like he can get all four topics covered in those 3 days. So that would be September 20th, October 11th, and January 10th, staying longer on those 3 days.
What are the dates again?
It is September 20th,
What are the times?
October 11th. Oh, sorry, it would be 9 to 4. I think we're currently scheduled for 9 to 12 or 9 to 2. October 11th.
September 20th first, right?
Yes, September 20th.
I already have an appointment that day, so I
Okay.
can't do the 20th, but that doesn't mean you can't meet.
Okay,
I have an appointment that afternoon at 2 o'clock,
okay,
but okay. So then the 11th,
yes.
and what was the last one?
January 10th.
And you want to go from 9 to 4?
9 to 4, yes.
And each time we're going to be covering different areas.
Those are, and Superintendent Hyde, I don't want to steal too much of your thunder,
No,
but
it's
if you
okay.
want to go a
There
little
are
more
multiple
in-depth.
topics that keep coming up that we really need to dedicate some time to. The first is reviewing our insurance plan. Ms. King has indicated that we will be going out to RFP in the near future, so she needs an opportunity to hear from you about your priorities, your interests as well, and that she can share with you some of the proposals and recommendations. So as you know, insurance continues to be at the forefront of our conversations when it comes to finance because of the costs associated with it. So that's going to require at least an afternoon to start that narrative. The second one was your legislative platform, so we're trying to schedule that prior to legislative sessions, so Ms. Dodge is well prepared. And we typically know what our legislative priorities are, but it's an opportunity for us to talk through them. So there's no guarantee that we will be here for all 4 hours. It's just if we can schedule till 4, just to allow that. And then the final topic was
Budget and staffing.
budget.
And staffing.
Budget and staffing, the staffing allocation model. So based off the request I received, 'cause you typically, in my understanding, receive any changes to staffing much earlier in the year, around January, February. So I was trying to create a timeline so that my team and I can work towards that. So you'd have plenty of opportunity to see and hear all the information before we feel like we have to make a final decision. So that would be an opportunity for us to workshop that and take, again, any input that you have, answer any questions you have, be able to take direction from you if there's other areas you want us to focus on addressing, and then we could bring that back to you formally as part of a board workshop and then a subsequent board meeting. But I wanted to start that timeline earlier. So when I asked Ms. Winchester and Ms. And Yvette to start looking at these dates, their suggestion was rather than trying to add a date to your calendar, these were dates that you already had, and it might make sense just to extend them. But I understand if you have existing conflicts, we'll work around those. But that's the reasoning. Those are topics to be addressed.
And then when are we going to look at the strategies for the strategic plan?
Those will begin in August. We're breaking those out. You'll get goals 1 through 3 at the very next board meeting, and then the subsequent goals 4 and 5 will be done the next meeting. It's too large to try and address in one workshop, I can assure you.
Correct.
So,
Okay,
yes, ma'am.
thank you.
With, sorry.
No, you're
Back
good.
to you,
No, it's
Chairperson.
you.
But I should have waited for you, I apologize. When we're scheduling these out, not only is session, to think about session, but committees, like I'm hoping we do legislative first, because they're going to go into committee pretty soon after that.
I'd be happy to send out a Google survey to see which topics you want to prioritize. That's not an issue. I just can't do budget and staffing until at least January. I mean,
That's fine. Thank you.
yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Any other questions?
So is that finalized? It will be the same days that, the days we've already advertised, but they will now start at 9 a.m. instead and be an extended meeting.
Those were our work sessions that would have started at
Right.
9 a.m. They just will go until 4
Until
p.m.
4.
now.
Okay, I just,
Or whenever
we'll need to
we're
amend the
done.
public notice. I just want to
Yes.
make sure I had that correct.
No later than. Any other questions? Right, and do we have any board members with some of our liaison position reports or any updates for Dr. Allen?
Yep, just minor. If you noticed Superintendent Hyde's calendar that he sent out via email, there is a junior achievement meeting in the superintendent's office on August 1st at 10 a.m. Just want to give you an update on that. I know that you were formerly serving on that committee, and I'm thoroughly enjoying that committee. State Representative Melanie Bell is actively working on that, so this is the second phase in that process. I know Ms. Miller traveled to Tampa to visit BizTown and Finance Park as well. So I know that we can have at least one more board member present for that meeting, no more than two. So I just want to draw that to your attention as we collectively move that direction. So if somebody wants to commit to joining in on that for Monday, would be great.
Dr. Allen, I'd love to do it.
I had an invitation to that from Melanie Bell's office, but if somebody else would like to attend, it's fine.
We just can have two.
We're going to have two.
Okay,
I think
that's
I'm,
fine.
Okay.
am I already on, I think I'm already on it.
I think
But-
they can all be in attendance as long as they're not discussing business.
And I don't think in general, it's more of a vision casting. The next step is going to be basically the advisory committee that's going to be formed. But basically, here's, the three potential ideas for sites for the location. Here's what the sponsorship values would be, and so forth. So it is more informational. So, I'll leave that in your court, but
Mr. Bridges can attest that so long as they don't discuss business, they can be there as a party to the conversation. And I think it'd be a good opportunity for the board to hear what options we're exploring. You and I have had multiple opportunities to talk about it. I've had similar conversations with individuals, but not with everybody on the board. So for those of you who want to be in attendance, there's no conflict there. There's no violation of OMA.
No, if there's going to be a conversation, then it would have to be noticed. But if it's,
But they're a party, they're a witness to the conversation. They'd sit in the audience. They're not.
yeah, they
party.
can sit and watch, absolutely.
And just, with a potential, maybe a work session agenda item on that, moving forward from here. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. Anyone else? Nothing? All right. Well, we will have about 25 minutes, and we will be back here at 5 p.m. And with that, the work session is adjourned.